Good evening and welcome back from vacation, a little bit at least. And yeah, so I cut my vacation a little bit short so I could be, well, not so I could be here, but then as I came home from a couple of hours ago, I thought, you know what, I missed streaming and it's just such a relaxing thing for me to be playing Factorio, so why not just load up the stream even though I'm a little bit tired and the whole house is full of laundry that needs to be done. And the fridge is empty. Sadness. Right, so today is maybe the Gleba day. I don't like it, I don't want it, but it might be. If we can't come up with any other excuses, then I guess we kind of have to go to Gleba, which is awful. And then I have decided that I'm gonna continue more with the Megabase. Hey, Shoppy, thank you for the 3 months.
Welcome back.
Ja, it's clever. The Gleb episode. Yeah,
Sorely
it's Sujan.
appreciated.
Yeah, I don't know if it will. I mean, maybe I'm not in tune enough to be jumping into something as complicated as Gleber. Absolutely hate Gleber. Yeah, me too. It's not that bad. It's just frustrating to design on Gleber. That's the part. So waiting in the playthrough for you to figure out Gleber so I can just copy paste and leave it. Ah, nice. Happy feed. Thank you for the prime.
Steel yourself.
Yeah, I don't know if it's gonna be copy pasteable. We're not gonna be doing masterclass just yet. I paused the masterclass a little bit to focus on the Megabase because I honestly think that Megabasing is just a little bit more fun. Also, this is more sort of let's play-ish, while and since I don't have any other games playing because I'm on vacation kind of all the time, then I think I wanted something with more continuity, like a let's play. So the Megabase thing is more continuity based, while if I have another game that I'm doing a full playthrough, then it kind of makes sense to sort of on Sundays just check in and do a workshop. But great, since the first played space is nice. Yeah, they are quite useful, and it was actually a really good blueprint package that I made for Space Age. But of course, a lot of things we're just learning as we go, and then some of the things that we designed, and we did a perfectly valid design for something that ended up just being like, I didn't need to do that. Like it was a suboptimal way of doing it, but then now I optimize something suboptimally. And this time around, I'm going to do it a little bit different, so have a little bit more experience on how things are working and where things make sense. So, like for example, how much are we going to make on Volcanus versus the other planets and such. And Factorio is still coming for the science on Volcanus. Yes, they are coming, but they're just not there yet. And since I got home from vacation today, I just drove from the other end of the country to, well, it's a small country, so it's not exactly like driving in one end of Russia to the other. And then I'm back. I have tomorrow. There is a little bit of chance that I have to drive all the way back to the other end of the country tomorrow evening. But so if I do that, then I am definitely not going to be putting out videos. But I'll try sort of waking up early and getting started on working on either a Megabase video or a masterclass video that will be then coming out. So I think it'll be the masterclass science. But as patron supporters, you can also just download the save game and snatch the designs up from there if you want. That's kind of another alternative. So that should be fine. But of course, the videos explaining stuff. I'm also a little bit in doubt because there are 6 sciences, on Volcanus. Red, green, blue, military. Funny that's not a color. Purple and yellow. Those are all going to be there. So 6. Is that going to be 6 masterclasses? No. Is it going to be 1 masterclass? No. But then how do I split it, right? Do you have some of the science blueprint for Volcanus in your save game? I mean, I don't have it, but I have the design just sitting there in my blueprint in my game. So if you sort of load up the game, you take the screenshot, take the blueprint of what you need, put it in your blueprint folder, and then you have that. And It's just that when I make the video, I usually go through the designs one more time, just maybe like moving a tile over and compacting it a little bit and checking things and adding new arrows, that kind of thing. So those are the kind of things that I do as preparations for a masterclass, and they might not be totally allowing access to your Patreon. Yeah, I loved you having access to my Patreon as well. That is it's a glorious thing, and it's a for me a much more comfortable way, instead of sort of being so reliant on YouTube ad revenue, which is really dependent on me taking a vacation. Then it just kills all the YouTube progress. Plus summer is not a good time for YouTube, and same with Twitch. Obviously can't live off of hype trains, obviously. So it's yeah. Yeah, so having patrons is sort of more a reliable thing, which is when people watch masterclasses, they might be like, "Hey, I want to pledge," which means it makes so much. It's something that's continuously people join and continuously people leave. Sujin, thank you for the 30 months. Yeah, Jim Bob Jeff, 2 masterclasses: green, red, military. Those are the 3 easy ones, and then yellow, blue, and purple. Those are the difficult ones. See, that's not a good. That's not a good good separation, is it? So there could be an argument for making it into 3 masterclasses, red and green, because that's easy. But then in that one, I can also explain like the structure, how to do the setup for rocket launches, why I'm doing it like this, and then build it, and then maybe have military and purple, military and blue in the next one, because then I don't have to explain the structure. I can just sort of like, this is the city block that will become the science, and then go on. That could also be another option, which I think I might lean towards making it into 3. So Speedy EB, thank you for the 41 months, much appreciated. I would imagine that there are at least a few of you 64 viewers who have a sub to renew, since I have been away for a little bit. So if you want to renew your sub, that is. Funny how the contribution, the pop-up on screen is not related to the actual subscription, because you get this pop-up whenever you pass the new monthly milestone, but that's not the payment that is linked to it. You can, if you don't post it in chat, it doesn't mean you don't pay for your recurring subscription. It's only for Prime that it works like that. So. All right, 60-month streak. Okay. I'm kind of worried that since I'm streaming now, I saw a dude in the park, so there's one of the long-time streakers. Then the question is Factorio Musculature and Silver Cecil. I hope they are also joining in at some point, so they can also continue their streak. Hype train? No, there's no hype train. Yeah, it's only 2 out of 5. You don't trigger a hype train with the watch streak. Just looked like 3 events in a row, but yeah, not counting on that anytime soon, which is going to be taking this is like a really spontaneous stream. It's the middle of the summer vacation. It's a day I said I was on vacation, but I came back from my vacation. Hey, Epic, thank you. Chewing? Thank you for the 39. Yeah, I think it's honestly a little early for the chewing thing. Oh, crap. Why did she send me a voice message? I was just texting. I was like, I'm just going to see the text when it gets there, but I can't really listen to a voice message, so I'm going to have to wait until the next break. Even there's only 23 seconds, then yeah, that doesn't work. Anyway, yeah. So I went on a. Here's the thing. This is pure life advice. I'm gonna tell it from the context of my vacation, and then you can apply it to whatever. Because I made a mistake, and it was a stupid mistake, and that's why I'm here. So I booked a 1-week vacation. Stay at a retreat, a tantra retreat. It doesn't matter what it is, but it's a tantra retreat. So like workshops during the day and communal eating, and some people sleep in tents, some people sleep in rooms, and sort of activities all day, and just very communal, 100 people or so. And I was just going into it and didn't really know. I knew what it was, but it turned out that they changed a lot since last year, so it was completely not the same as last year. So the stuff that I loved about the same event last year wasn't there. So instead of like shopping around for choosing workshops, and some could be difficult, some could be easy, then it was like everyone goes through the same flow, and there was also like forced mandatory kitchen duties, which, you know, someone like me is not a fan of just getting sprung on the idea of, oh yeah, you bought a ticket, by the way, you also have kitchen duty. Like, no, that's not really how it works. Stream credit sizes averted. Nice, perfect. Congratulations, dude. Dude in the park. So I kind of felt a little bit disconnected. Also, when I go to a Tantra retreat, I have the expectation that I meet people in an embodied manner. That means like through workshops, through exercises, through touch and energy. And then once you have a connection on that level, then you can sit down during lunch and just talk about how many kids and where in the country and how many Tetra events have you gone to and how kinky are you? You know, the usual small talk. But that was not how it worked here, because the workshops were not that interesting. They were sort of mild, and everyone was going through the same things. So it was more like people sat down and got to know each other over lunch with the how many kids do you have and where do you come from in the country, and that's just not why I go to a Tantra camp. Then you can go to anything. That could be a ceramic camp or something where you just meet people by talking and you have a common interest. But there's something about like everyone has X number of kids and lives somewhere in the country and has some experience with going to these kind of events. So that's not really interesting. It's only interesting if you have a connection with that person. And I don't build the connection by small talking about kids and dogs and stuff. That I just don't give a shit, and especially not work. But there is at least a common courtesy about not talking about work in these spaces. So it felt weird because I was like, I am not connecting with anyone in the way that I want to connect, because the workshops are too blah, and the way you meet is over lunch, and yeah. So I was kind of getting frustrated and bored, honestly. Richard X Prime with the Prime, thank you. So I was like, okay, my partner, who was also going, she only had a ticket for 5 days, and I had a ticket for all 7 days. And then she was like, she was going home after day 5, and I was like, enjoying the time with her. But I was like, man, if she leaves, I haven't really made any meaningful connections. So should I just leave at the same time? And you know, that little idea sort of infected me. There was an inception of an idea, and then that sort of stuck with me. And then by day 3, I was like, yeah, I'm probably going to leave by day 5 because I'm not really making any connections. And then I started sort of talking to my clan. We get assigned some random people that you are sort of in a clan with. And I was like, well, you know, I might sort of leave tomorrow. That was by day 4. And they were like, oh, I'm sorry to hear you go. And I was like, oh, okay, you okay? It's like, yeah, okay. But, you know, it's like, I'm not really making the connections. And then, you know, that had sort of solidified that idea. And then, of course, hey, Pablo, thank you for the Prime. Much appreciated. So what happens on day 4, when I'm supposed to leave on day 5, is that I have these. Maybe I was also like dead man walking. So I was like, yeah, fuck it. I'm just gonna be like, hey, do you want to do some sexy ropes? And she was like, yes, I do. Like, cool. Let's do that. And then it was like, oh, made a really profound, interesting connection. And then there was the workshop in the evening. That was really, it was a cuddle workshop, but I met someone, one of the facilitators that I hadn't really thought about, and I do energy work. So if you don't know what that is, it's weird. It's basically magic. And she was very receptive for it. So as soon as I touched her, she basically just turned into an energetic orgasm, and that was really nice. So we both had a lot of fun with it. So we stayed together the whole night, and the whole evening, and the whole night. It was really nice. And then I was like, fuck, I'm going home tomorrow. Now I've told everyone I'm going home tomorrow. I just made these 2 profound connections, and they were both like, ooh, at least we have 2 more days to explore and get to know each other. I was like, yeah, I'm leaving tomorrow. So, but because I had Galamandron, thank you for the 8 months of subscription. I had sort of let that idea fester and didn't keep my options open. And then as sort of the week progressed, the intensity increased, and then I sort of had backed myself into a corner, because by the time I had sort of told my girlfriend that, hey, I'm gonna go home with you. Then you don't have to take a train. I'll drive you. It's 300 kilometers, 350 kilometers, 300 kilometers. Then like, hey, she was happy about it. It was awesome. And then I was like, now I can't really back out of it, because I also told everyone else, like, yeah, I'm leaving tomorrow. Like, yeah, fuck. And I also realized, the part I didn't like, the part that incentivized me to want to go home, was boredom. It was not something bad that happened. It was just a lack of good things that happened. But the way the memory works is that you don't remember the boring stuff. As soon as the boring stuff is over, you can't remember how bored you were 3 years ago, but you can remember the highlights. We've talked about it many times, or I've talked about it many times, about the way that memory is constructed is that there's a peak end theorem. That means that you remember the peak of an event and the end of an event. So I had a very, very good end of the event, and that was also sort of the peak of the event. And then that was sort of, so now I come back and I have extremely fond memories of this Tantra camp. But 3 days ago, I was like, this is so boring, and the facilitation is shit. And but now, because this last part that was just really good, then I have really fun memories, because I can't remember the bored stuff, because it doesn't stick to memory. And this is something that's the life lesson here, is that when you are bored, that doesn't really matter. You can sort of go like, I won't remember this, so who cares? And then as long as if you're bored 90% of the time and have 10% of amazing experience, that's way better than having 50% of okay all the way through. Because the 50% okay is going to be like, yeah, I had a good time. That was nice. That's like playing Factorio. I can't individually distinguish any particular Factorio experiences. I've had a good time playing Factorio for 8,000 hours, but it's not like absolute peaks. So it's like, yeah, it's a good feeling playing Factorio, and it makes me happy, but it doesn't make me ecstatic and be like, this is an experience for a lifetime. But last night is something that's gonna stick with me for a long time, hopefully forever. So that now puts the whole experience, boxed it in, the peak end theorem, amazing experience. And now I'm like, ooh, I want to go there next year. But I swore to myself, I'm never come back, because I fucking hate the way that they structured it. So let me check some comments, and feel free to throw your comments into about what I say. Agree, disagree, questions, comments, whatever. Small talk can grease social settings and make you feel part of something if you need it. Of course, deep conversation can only be created with deep talk. Yeah, but I'm not interested in small talk. Is just sort of it's social grease, but it's also what do you need that for if you're going to see each other for a week? Like, you will see 100 people, and I don't need to know how many dogs everyone has, but I want to find the 3 people that I want to see outside of this context, and those are the 3 people I want to know how many dogs they have, and spouses, and experience, and where they live, and all that stuff. So for me, I'd much rather find the interesting people instead of going through 100 people's everyday stories, and then in order to find them, because I don't find them by small talk. I find it by an energetic connection. Forced connections are rough, especially if you are a person on the spectrum. It's like, but why? We both know that what we want. Let's avoid the social expressions here and be on the honest connection. Yes, but that's the part, right? Well, you say, I don't know what you mean by forced connection, but the way it works in these kind of contexts is that you do a lot of exercise where you swap partners. Like, you can do some eye gazing or do some consent exercises, and then you get to meet a lot of people, and then you find out that some's like, oh, this was fun. Let's get back to that one again, when there's sort of more open stuff. So yeah, your work is starting. My day is finally over. Have a good stream. Thank you. Remember this one because you planned a trip back and something amazing happened the last night. Maybe it's boredom, but that you was bored. Yeah, but I can't even, like, already now, the memory of being bored and the memory of like lackluster facilitation is already fading. It's only by talking about it that I hold on to that memory, because it's not an interesting memory. It's not a really good memory and a really bad memory. So it's not a high intensity memory. So low intensity memories just kind of float out and disappear, because they're not worth storing. So this is why I'm also just like, I'm not going to spend a whole week just small talking, because it's going to be meh. I was the one who went up to this woman that I talked a little bit to, and felt that she was a little bit kinky, and she talked about being into rope, just tried it at least. And I was like, fuck it. The worst I can get is a no. And I just like walked up to her as she was cleaning out her plate after lunch, and I go like, hey, I would like to tie you up in some sexy ropes. How about that? And then she was completely stunned and was like, yeah, I'd like that. All right, cool. 3 o'clock, naughty room. It's like, okay, all right, cool. And that was it. Like, she could have said no, and that would be fine as well. But that was like, just, that was basically like, if she had said no, it would not have been a memory. It would just have been like, yeah, whatever. Maybe it'd put on the I get rejected account for some later trauma, but I've gotten through that so much anyway. So now it became like a really good session, like a really interesting experience, someone I'd like to see again. All because it was just like, yeah, fuck it, let's roll the dice, and it either becomes something memorable or it becomes bland. So I've found friends in the furry fandom. I'm very autistic and had trouble finding friends elsewhere. Yeah, I think that the furry fandom is also has a overrepresentation of people on the spectrum. I think that's a fair way of saying it. It's same with BDSM. That also has a overrepresentation of people on the spectrum. Neurodivergence of all sorts. Hello, Rubik's. I joined this conversation at a pivotal time in the story. Not really. Kind of odd walking in hearing tie you up in ropes. Then you're new around here, I guess. Because that's not a secret around here, that I like tying people up in ropes. I am actually kind of thinking I really want to make a demonstration, like a presentation, like maybe like a 25-minute session with one of my models that's just like really advanced growth. That's something, the stuff that I do, so that when people go in and go like, what was that, tie you up in ropes, what? Then we just shibari, and that links to that video, and then you can see like, oh shit, that's what he's talking about. Oh, I get it. Non-sexual, of course. That goes on my OnlyFans, right? Kantek, thank you for this 20 months. I mean, only forced. Only in the sense that it's not really of interest to be shared or asked. A social norm to go through the motions of asking. Yeah. I also feel like it was like these lunch conversations. Like sometimes you sat down at a table and there's some people there, and then if there's anyone discussing politics, I just get up and leave. I cannot deal with it, because that just turns into negativity. And even if everyone agrees that Trump is an asshole, sure, fine, but that's not why we're here. We are not here to just complain and be bitter about the state of the world. We're trying to sort of be present and focus on positivity. So if there's talking about that, or there was someone who was sitting there intricately talking about the file storage systems, and I was like, this conversation is not for me. So you just kind of choose more interesting conversations. Must be this casual stream watcher, but do follow YouTube content a lot, so maybe that's why. That's no worries. Now you know. Yeah, so many customer meetings start with that. Then when really all you have to know is where is the money being spent. Yes, it's also the part I remembered when doing customer service or something. Like there was always like you had to read up on the last football match, and I was like, so Brøndby won yesterday. How about that? The overtime score thing, and then like, I don't give a shit. I don't even know what I'm talking about, this sports ball thing. But you know, it was part of the settling in, getting the PC connected, getting the projector connected, and just small talking about shit. It's like on the other hand, it's also a little bit weird to come in like, oh, okay, so how do I connect to the do you think that free will actually exists, or is it sort of a figment of our imagination? Okay, so it's HDMI 2 port. Okay, yeah. I mean, that's also a little bit little bit awkward to jump into that. So. Is it just ropes or DS? Sorry to write a little bit. It's also the dominant part, but only lightly. I'm more tantric than dominant. So this is my style is very tantric with a sprinkle of dominance. Not impact play, flogging, that kind of thing. Just sort of, I'm the one with the ropes. I'm the one in control of what's gonna happen. Card. Any chance you could do a video going into details on why trains are behind the 8-ball? Behind the 8-ball. That's a really obscure expression. That must be like a pool expression. And how the other logistic methods stack up. It's a nuanced subject. I'm bad explaining, and you doing it in linkable fashion would be nice. I don't think it's worth making a video of that, because that will come off as a complaining video. Like, trains are bad. It's what's the learning? Then you can say, oh, but the learning is don't use trains, use something else. Like, yeah, okay, but you can also just look at my videos and see why I'm using something else. So I don't think it's particularly interesting to talk about the stuff that doesn't work. It's not really what I do on my channel generally. Like, here's a design that doesn't work. Here's another design that doesn't work. So, yeah, the more I sort of think about it, the more it's like, no, I'm not going to do a video about it. I've talked about it several times on stream, and I think that's something we can revisit once in a while. It's an expression of being in a position of difficulty or minimal chance of success without high chance. Yeah, I get it. I do play pool, but it's just behind the 8-ball. It's a verbal expression more than it's something you see in writing, at least for me. The learning is being able to be specific and actually compare the things to what to do next. Yeah, I understand, but it's also just like, I don't know. I don't think it doesn't have any meat to it. It doesn't have any sort of. It's too esoteric for me, too generic. I feel like trains are the only way to upscale your base. To be honest, throughput is so much better. Yeah, that's not correct. Sorry, Sharpie. It's just not correct. That is a vanilla thing to say. There's no point where trains make sense anymore. Like, maybe in the beginning, before you leave Novice, yes, if you want to build it up there. Yeah, infinite throughput on pipes is better. If you want trains, then it's liquid iron trains. Parallel Snow, thank you for the 44.
Welcome home.
Let's focus with SpaceX, since you can drop things from orbit. You can get things anywhere on the planet up to orbit and then down to exactly where you want it on the other planet. So there's no intra-planet logistics is completely null and void. Only place would be on Volcanus, and you don't need it because you just need a cold location nearby, and then you got the plastic, which is the only thing you can't sort of make from lava, basically. So that's the thing is, like, it's not really. So yeah, it's not relevant, and you also have 6 planets or 5 planets. However many planets, 5 planets to build on. That means instead of on Novice you only had everything on one surface, means that everything would be spread out. Now you have way more efficient miners, so you don't need to go as far out to get new mining locations, which was the primary reason to have trains. The real estate of your base was so big. Now the real estate is so small because the machines are so fast, legendary and beacons and modules, like all that makes machines extremely small, and productivity gains. Like builds very smaller now than they used to be. Even like the Megabase builds are really small compared to Megabase builds in vanilla. So yeah. Meant to say like on your big Novice base. Yeah, but I don't have a big Novice base. That's the thing. Like, there's no reason to build a big Novice base. Yeah. So, you have good memories of watching snooker? No. Oh, that was a real weird treasure train. Well, let's jump into the game. At least you can say that we are gaming. Super farming, paid streaming or partnership. Ooh, let's talk. We have a paid collab for you. Let me just, I don't know why, but let me just see what silliness is. We're not going to be doing anything. This is not a sort of hidden sponsorship deal. I'm not even going to mention what it is. I'm just kind of curious how, just give you a sense of how silly these things are. We've been following your stream and truly believed you'd be a great fit for a paid collaboration with our agency in the casino niche. I work in the casino niche and we're currently looking for creators like you to partner with. We usually offer deals of 5 times 1 hour streams at a fixed rate. Blah, 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 blah. Message me on Telegram. Fuck off. Like, paid partnership program. It's always like casinos or whatever. Yeah, rope partnership. Yeah, Megabase is just a binder, so yeah. What would make trains compete with late game logistics, if anything? I don't think anything. VPN companies. Yeah, but VPN companies, well, they are not as aggressive as they used to be somehow. Yeah, in space casinos. Hello, Team McIntyre. Hey, good to see you. Give train quality upscaling. I don't think train quality upscaling would make enough of a difference. Because I just don't, like, let's look at the stuff we built last time. Like this one. How would trains make this better? This is beautiful. It takes less than a belt in for each 200. Like this is less than a belt in and less than a belt in and just a single pipe. And that comes out as 240, ish. 240, I don't even know why. Why is it not even? Oh, really? Oh, right. That's interesting. Oh, thank you for...
Our illustrious champion returns.
That's funny.
Welcome home.
That's why this one was working. I wonder if the other ones have the same problem. 240 purple signs for each of these lines. So where is the need for trains in a build like this? Nowhere. And this is why, like, doesn't matter how good the trains are, they just can't compete with this thing, in my opinion. Here. Timbo, thank you for the 35 months. I mean, giving them a quality upscaling would be a good start. In the old vanilla build, that was about 8 to 10 trains. Yeah, something like that, right? Good evening. Not a secret, please tell me. I've been trying to figure out for a long time. Do you stream and then record the material for the episode separately? Stream first, then series, or vice versa? It's stream first, and then I basically learn on stream, and we design together on stream, and then I re-record the next day, usually for a YouTube episode. That's kind of how I do. Sometimes I stream ahead, sometimes I do a little bit ahead, but it's basically, the progression is like my stream progresses this much, and then the YouTube episode sort of covers a little bit less than the end and a little bit sort of start. And then the next stream starts up here and progresses. That's kind of how it goes. So it's like 4 hours of progress and then like half an hour condensed, which is like an hour before and then half an hour after, which sort of combines into something neatly wrapped up. And then we start the next stream from there on. That's how my modus operandi is for stream content. Right. So we're sitting here and chugging along at 800,000 signs per minute, and it's dipping now. I don't even know why I'm doing this. I think I just wanted to sort of get the last of these so we can go faster. Even when the city blocks is so far away from the rockets. But it's not far away from rockets, right? Rockets are right there. So the only thing I have to bring in is a little bit of each of these, and with productivity here of 300, then why I don't need it. I don't need anything more. So, yeah. So I'm maxed out on the productivity for rockets, and yeah. Okay. Right. So what is it we want to do today? Basically, we want to see what is our holdup, and I know that our holdup is going to be, blue. Why blue? Oh, this one is not working. Why are you not working? I'm just curious now. Okay. Oh, right. I guess I was just building this one off camera, just getting it ready. Let me see where where are you at? You're at Novice, and you have dropped this off. So let's go to Volcanus. Pick up more. These enormous builds are crazy to me. I can beat the game fast, but never Megabase. I mean, I feel the opposite, right? I love designing and tinkering with something for hours and then just hooking up and then it just kind of flows. But I'm gonna sit endlessly tinkering on a design like this, just to make it just just to get the little bit better in and out, and it'll take forever. And even then, sometimes even going into the design of power pole patterns, which is like only visible under certain conditions. But sometimes sometimes it matters, right? And like this, I always look at it and go like, it doesn't look awful. Like for example here, this looks okay. I'd love them to be connected in the middle, but you know, again, why? No one's gonna mind. Design and tinkering for hours to squeeze 2 more minutes. Yeah, of course, it's the same. It's the same principle, whether you do it for speed or for sort of, whether it's compression or aesthetics or whatever. It doesn't really matter. But the thing is, like, when you do a design and you execute a speed run, and if you make a mistake, like put 2 inserters next to each other, whatever. It's better to leave it and go on than go back and get that insert out. Or placing power poles. You just need everything to be covered by power poles. But I need the power poles to be aligned. Same spacing. And yeah. Therefore, if I just misplace a power pole, even if it covers everything, I would go back and pick it up and put it down again. And that's already like 2 hours to add it to a speed run for me. I don't know what a speed run would be. They're full of crimes. Yeah, there's also like designing for speed of building. Like I don't know if this is still the meta, but having like 4 red inserters going in and out is like really easy to make. And I remember learning that from it's like making those little loops of red inserters and then afterwards just dragging them over and turning half of them around. I was like, that's obviously faster, but I couldn't do that. Yeah. Anyway, let's figure out what we want to do. I need to just get this one. Timbo is here. And are you getting what you need? It's always... why? How is... Oh, it's because this one's inbound. There's 23 of these. We really need to put these on dedicated launchers. Because they use like the generic launchers. That sucks. They should have their own launchers. But I'm not going to bother with it. Even though I definitely should. Because only when this one is done will they start picking up. Available on plan. That's not good. That's not good. Why? Why? What is wrong? So now we're tumbling down the rabbit hole. Okay. Electric engines. Electric engines are... Yeah. I cut that one. Somewhere. Oh! We actually exhausted a coal deposit. Are you crazy? I did not know that was possible in this game. Exhausting deposits. Uh-huh. So I can get this part. 717. I don't think that's going to last very long. I'm going to do just a crime against humanity by just dragging this line up here. It's... Okay, well, that makes sense. I'm here somewhere. And... There you go. Faster. That plastic is bothering me. Maybe we'll move the build down. Yeah, that would make sense, but I'm not going to do that because that's just... I'm in a speedrunner mode. We have to do things fast. No. It's about... For me, it's about minimum effort to get this shit going again.
Our illustrious champion returns. Welcome home.
And this is also one of those where... Yeah, it's... hold on, let's... There. Perfect. There you go. So this is just like that, 240. Like, imagine just, this is the part, right? Oh, I need to add it to the train network and all that stuff. But no train networks anywhere. Let's help this one along so it gets faster. Gets up here. Okay, that's just incredibly stupid. Okay. Sometimes there's a limit to how stupid we can do things. There you go. And you're working again? Yes. And that gets us some... Funny how the design I copied did not include the lights. What a disgrace. Didn't even include power lines up here. Goes a little bit too quick sometimes. There you go. Alright, so let's go down here. See if it's moving. Yes. And this one, no matter how fast we build it, it'll just... How fast are we actually making it? It's a decent 33 per second. It's fine, but there's a lot of stockpile to be built up. So, nice. This is working. And that goes primarily into this one here. Good. And now we can go back and check the train. This one. Ah, you went back. I'm going to get you back to this location. Oh, Daniel. OFP, thank you for the 7 months. I like your Factorio. Thank you. I like my Factorio too. Please go up and left. No. I love having spaceships where I can just assign them to something and then they'll figure it out. They'll survive. Okay, so this one, you don't have anything, right? No, you don't have any of these. And by the time we get there, we should have at least some. I need 80 for my new spaceship. So let's see if this one gets to 80 anytime soon. It's getting there. It's getting there. How much SPM are we going for? Well, to Megabase, then it has to be 1 million. And now we're dipping a little bit here. So if we're dipping, then let's just go back to that one. But I want 1 million on this one, which is only half speed. So that's going to be even more difficult. Right. I'm going to be ending up just fixing stuff all day because that prevents me from having to go to Gleba. But I think we need to go there, right? The thing I need to figure out why this one is working, yeah, and it's just producing legendary chemical science packs, nice. And this one is also. Let's have a look at how fast it's producing it, and we just switch to legendary. Let's see. Here, 1.8k. That is on a 10-minute cycle. That's 30 per second. That's not much. But I wanted it to be 60 per second, but it's not actually able to keep up to 60. Oh, wow, that's a disgusting, disgraceful thing here. Ugh, old stuff. Ugh. I'm just converting this one. But then we need Barthik also to be converted. I think we need to park. Okay, we'll just go back, and then once we go over here, I'll park you, and then I'll forget about it. Yeah. Cool. This one is not getting anything until we get the shit off inbound. Timbo, where you at? You're at... We're getting 40, 20. Not enough on the planet. I need at least 80 before we're allowed to leave. And the rockets are also coming in too slow. Yeah, that's probably also... let's see. Yeah, that's also the reason. Electric engines. This is probably also electric engines. Yes. Okay, so the ones that are holding us back. Onto your well-treated... Well? Maybe... Oh, yeah, okay. Yeah, until I'm well-rested. I'll never be well-rested enough for Gleba. They might as well just go in a zombie state. Okay, so we're at 30. This one just needs to get one more. Then at least we get 80. And if we get 80, that's how much we were missing at the other spaceship. This one. Yeah, this is missing 80, so that's how much we want on the spaceship before leaving. Yeah? Good. 20 inbound. And then what about you? Why are you so slow? Oh, because it's always like it gets another one in, gets another one in. it says requesting Volcanus 2x. Then if I press this button, those two will be cancelled. It's 3x. Yeah. I need to have the Volcanus 3x going down to 1x before I can actually click this button to make it go back. It's weird how slow it is to request things, but it might be like really far away. Interesting. Still so funny how space age megabases are worlds apart from 1.0 megabase. Oh, they are. Yeah, they're really different. This is so weird. Like, why is it not coming in? Okay, so there's one now coming. Okay, there we go. Now I can click the button because then it'll cancel the rest. But those 20 that are on the way, they'll still be getting up here. And those last 25 will also get up here. And then we'll be good. So it'll get there eventually. And the third of these spaceships have now reached here. Then I'm going to be pausing thrust. I am going to... I'm going to take the one that actually works. Alright, Barthak, you need to be rejuvenated. Repurposed. There you go. This is necessary just to keep all the... get all the junk here stored somewhere. Funny how literally actually means figuratively now. It is literally the last thing. No, it's not literally the last thing. It's figuratively the last thing. It's not literally the last thing. We have these already, so that's not really a big deal. But now it'll just start. Why is it not requesting anything? Isn't that weird? Oh, pause thrust. Huh. What is wrong with this? I'm at Volcanus, but it's not requesting an... Oh, because it's first, it's just placing what I have, and then it hasn't realized. It is stopped over. It stopped at Volcanus. I think it just hasn't realized what is missing yet. So it needs to sort of burn through all of this. There we go. Now it starts finding stuff that it doesn't have yet. Oh, this doesn't exist. This is just such a mess. Don't look at it. I feel bad. One stack. Heat exchangers stack to 25 is one stack. Oh, it is one rocket launch, so that's fine. No signs of novice, no signs of novice, yeah. Stuff is being damaged. That's the problem with this one. And now we are requesting stuff up here, like 8,000 of this. I wonder if... Am I even producing this on the planet? Space platform. Let me see that. Space platform foundation thingy. Yeah, there. Okay. So we are producing them. Good. And quickly. Quickly now. .3 per second. It's something. Carbon materials, you right click on the machine. No, you shift left click on the machine and shift right click on the box. No, shift right click on the machine either and shift left click then it takes 30 seconds of production and gets in there. And we have a little bit of an issue here with the quantities. They're a little bit silly. But at least this one's decreasing. This one's still stuck at 1 million. The other things are also just stuck at silly numbers. It's just easier to just add more storage than it is to clean it up. I need a bigger house. Why? Then I don't have to clean up. Right, so that was what we wanted. What about the first one? This one doesn't have a name because we don't have anyone assigned to it. Actually, I want this one. Do I have other ones that are not assigned? So this one should be Swimmer. And this one will be an unnamed one instead. There you go. Want to keep those named here. Heard some rumors about changing LDS shuffle. Doesn't work in the as well. I know if that's true. Yeah, LDS shuffle is not going to be legendarized, and you can't put quality modules in these ones. That's going to be changing in 2.1, but who knows if that's 2 years from now. So I want to complete this with the current setup. Okay, Gleba time it is, right? It's being damaged? Yeah. But you do get this one, and 12,000 is coming in. But anything else here is also coming in. There's no laser turrets yet, and we'll just repair stuff as it comes in. It takes forever. Yes. So now we're stuck at the crafting speed, and we need to get up to 13,000. That's not great. Almost like we should make another one of these wherever we can find a base for it. Here. Yes. Just junk. Oh, right. Copper. Is it? Molten copper. Where do we get the molten copper from in this setup? Just next to it? Yeah, okay. And then lava. Oh. There you go. Oh, I love that one. Don't need this. Let's just see that this works. Is this capped? No, it's just filling up this box. And you're chugging. And let's see. Does this keep up? Yeah, it's still positive. Some more junk in your storage. Absolutely true. More junk. We can always just unjunk it sometime. Good. So now the production increases, and we can go up to... What? Moreland is the one that works. Barthik is the one that is being built from scratch. And Swimmer is the one that is now constructed on Navis. So... Happy. One of these legendary. That's weird. My shit works. Hey, it absolutely works. Good to see you. It's been a while. You were repurposed from something else that didn't work and repurposed into a very meaningful ship that is producing blue science. Legendary blue science. You are a legendary blue science build. How about that? And here, going back, and just like, this is nice. Like, looking at this sort of just legendary science just trickling up there. Really nice. Cool. And the last one we're working on is the Barthik one. which will keep getting blasted until we get lasers all the way around. I do think that this... Oh yeah, this actually needs to be... Oh, right, it's not even there. Okay, so we also get that. Yes, that's important. Otherwise, nothing works. We don't get any... We only get the power from these. What's the bonus science packets get for being legendary? 6 times. So they are 6 times as valuable to use legendary. So you have to think about, is it 6 times? Is it more than 6 times as difficult? Yes, it always is. So some things maybe make sense to make legendary, like the stuff you can make in orbit, like red and green, and blue is also good. Yellow is also a good one, but not as important. And then the next one will be this. Yeah, and agricultural science lasts longer, which is also very valuable. Which is probably one of the big decisions we have to make. Okay, so I'm going to be taking that one out, and then I'm going to just put it into some boxes. Oh. Let's not carry nukes when we go somewhere. You, travel to Samagot. There you go. Eject that. Does mixing not legendary science work? Yes, it does. We can see that on... Yeah. There's a happy mix of legendary and non-legendary. That would suck if they had to be all the same level. Luckily they don't. Here's our problem. Oops, hello. Well, it's time for glabbering. Glabberlicious. Yay. Do you feel the enthusiasm here? So we are... Let's have a look at you. You are transporting 40,000 all the time, back and forth, and a little bit of agricultural here. There. Just ejecting 40,000 immediately and heading out. And... Didn't even need that. There we go. Go back to Glabber, and when it gets there, it'll pretty much... We actually want to... I want to see it. Dropping a Glabber. Yes, thank you. That's not what we want to see right now. We want to see this one arriving at Glabber and seeing that this will come in 2 batches of 20,000. I think. It should be. If things are working correctly, it should be 2 batches. And then we'll maybe get 1,000 of this or 2,000. Best case. Let's see. That's my projection at least. Nothing? Oh, then because what happens is that it starts filling into the it doesn't put them into the space or into the space silos, rocket silos, until they're actually ready. Wheelman rocket silos, how is that not launching? That's a bad sign. That to me indicates that maybe we're missing some rocket parts. No? All rocket parts are fine. No, they're not fine. They are not fine. Oh dear. Okay, so who is responsible for transporting blue circuits to this location? Timbo. It's always you, Timbo, isn't it? It's always you. Yeah, actually this is way more problematic. We just don't have enough blue circuit production. I need 40,000 blue circuits. And then these to get to Glabber real soon. Right now, actually. We're almost there, but it just launches so slow. So what we really need is more blue circuit production on Volcanus. That kind of means that we should go back, but I can't do that. I'm not allowed to, right? But we really should be, right? We really should. What's today's project? It is setting our target. The target today's project is Glabber, but we'll be very much inclined to get distracted along the way to do procrastination. Yes, procrastination is not the plan, because if we plan procrastination, we would never get to it, which kind of is interesting. So our plan is Glabber, but we'll probably stop along the way and do a million other things before we do that. But this is a problem, and not a problem that fixed by me looking at it. It actually has to be done something more. So let's do something completely different. We're going to make a city block design First, I think we need to figure out what the plan is overall. I think my plan is to move either up or down. Then up is better because I have some pink here and some green here. I really like to be in the sphere of sort of having both areas. This one could be covered. This one could also be covered. Yeah. So I think we need to expand our outbound here. But I'd really like to change into city blocks. Ah, that sucks. So how do we build city blocks on this location? We definitely need to expand, but this is still going to be our sort of baseline. I don't even think I need these. I think I just need maybe this. I don't know. Probably not even. What does this one give us? Can't remember. A little bit of random stuff. And they will be picked up eventually. And just create the miserable place over. Yeah, but the thing is, I think... Yeah, this space is non-workable, but any of these green, yellowish colors are fine. So this is good area. And this is good area. This is not... Is it? Is this overgrowth? Yes, it is overgrowth. Okay, so I have already overgrowthed it. So, like, this green is great, so don't concrete that. Right, let's put a city block down here and see how that matches or doesn't match. Well, it's not completely off. It's also not completely on. Why is it not? Oh, we don't have medium electric poles. Yeah, well, let's make that. Among the million other random things that we don't have. See if this is something. I think we should have all of this. Yeah. Ooh, steel is not great. Why is steel not great? Are you not working? Huh. The silliness. Can't believe the steel was constrained by by the inserter. How silly is that? Oh, I can't do that. Oh no, that's wrong way. There we go. That should get us more of this. And obviously all of this is being consumed because it's been such a lack of that. Good. Don't know if you came back and had to rethink about your sword production, but it cleans 100k of each sword. I don't think I did like 10k, but I don't know. I mean, I have something. I have 20,000 of each. Don't forget my break. Thank you. 20,000. I'm saying that's going to be enough. It obviously isn't going to be enough, but yeah, let's just crank that up to more. And the way I'm going to do that is I'm going to... Okay, I know what's going to happen, so fuck that. That was intended. You need to go to 50,000. And I can't design my cursor. This one also has to go to 50,000. And then this one. Can't find the cursor. Yeah. Good. There you go. So now it's not destroying eggs, but keeping them up here to be processed. And we now have 20,000 of this and 17,000. The rest is still being picked up and junked somewhere. So much space needed for junk. There you go. Cool. Break time. What, Kleber? What are you doing? No. Okay, let's have a look at this location and see if we can get this one constructed in during the break. Yep. Cool. All right, I'll take a short break. Be back in 2 minutes. There we go, we're back. Why is production on the planet so slow? What do you mean? Oh, for matching this one? Don't know. Ah, it's this one. And because we need 10,000 of this, and they only launch in batches of 50. So, yeah. Available on planet, it just slowly trickles up. But there might be a problem, that's true. Or it might be like a rocket launch thing. No, like it's the steel production is not keeping up, really. Interesting. I mean, we have the most stupid steel production here if we want to. There we go. That should alleviate that problem. In a bit. Cool. And we also need to delete cliffs. So now we have a new pattern up here. And we're just going to project this. We can always remove So how far do we want to expand? Like at least double the size, right? Because there's no point in making a small expansion. Also, we want to get this juicy stuff. Yeah. Okay, I have a feeling we're gonna run out of yeah, stuff. And okay, so let's see. The input here to the planet is saying how many do we want of that? I'm just gonna add some more stuff. What's your current SPM at? That depends. You have typically legendary steel and storage already, no? I probably have, but it's not. That's not legendary that I need for crafting. It's really difficult to know what our SPM is because we can consume way more than we produce. So you can see when it spikes up to 430, but it can't sustain it at that level. So we're gonna run out of a million things right now because we've scaled up our consumption part before scaling up the production part. And every science is a little bit different. So for example, right now we're lacking on, interestingly enough, we're lacking on the three things. Where is that? I built this, but then I removed it. Oh right, I did it for the YouTube episode. I just forgot to include it in the YouTube episode. Because I made this science monitor. Woo! Exciting stuff. Yeah. This should monitor all our science in a second. There we go. And once it gets powered, then we can see, there we go. That's the state of affairs here. So some things we don't have as legendary. This is normal ones, and this is legendary ones. And it's counting up to a stockpile of 100,000. So for example, we have 0, normal, and normal. These three things are completely dead. So that's a problem. So we really should change right now the science to something that doesn't require these things, so that we can let it sort of relieve that pressure a little bit. So we can always just fill up some of these. That's always nice. And that should be progressing at a pretty decent rate. Should move the edge to the cleared area. Yeah, but the problem is like an acute lack of everything. Oh, power poles. We probably also need to make a power pole crafting. There we go. And then it's the reinforced concrete is also just not working fast enough for me. 2 of these are not fast enough? That sucks. Can't really make it faster. Okay, so now it's keeping up. There you go. Just build it. If you need it, build it. So when we look at our research here, it maxes out for the stuff that we can at 522,000. Oh, this is such a nightmarish thing to expand, but it has to be done. Are we inside the network? Kind of. And these are chugging along. Then they get done really quickly. And then it goes back to something else that is... Yeah. No, mining upgrades don't help with planting. Planting is the worst thing because legendary doesn't do anything and no productivity is doing it. So there's only one way to scale it up, and that's linearly, which is the worst part, the worst way of scaling. Also, this is a problem. Like, there's something we don't really have. How big do I want it? Because, you know, Maybe I should also build it out on the outside so I have at least one city block on the outside. So we sort of surround the old base with city blocks. Ugh. But not now. So what would a defense pattern look like for this? Like, obviously we want these, but how close do we want it? They definitely have to be supported by this somehow. Except not so many connections. That's a little bit too many connections. Yeah. Oh. Oh no. Okay, so it has to be a pattern of 2. Hmm. And upwards. Do we feel that this is enough? Yeah, well, maybe just get this part included. Just a little bit more. Just a little bit more. Good. So this is the end. And always just a little bit more. Yes, absolutely. I know we talked about that's still done. Yeah, we definitely test the turrets for everything. They are unfortunate, well, not unfortunate, but they are the only viable option to sort of. And I don't know if we need anything else. I don't think so, but not sure. This is just one of those things where it's a one-time cost, so just pay that one-time cost. That's the thing in Factorio. Anything that is a fixed investment, just do it and move on. Then the funny thing becomes here when it fits perfectly. Nice. There you go. And then this one can be taken out. Maybe not all the way over there, but we can try. Okay, from what I understand, gun turrets aren't that bad on Gleba as long as you spam them. Strafers are dumb as shit. I don't agree. But based on what I've learned, I don't think that's really correct. The reason is that... Oh, this one's actually missing something. Oh, right, this is not correct. Yeah. Yeah, see, that's going to be a little bit of a oopsie. That means the whole thing should really ideally be pushed 1 out. No, 2 out. Now be like this, and then 2 out the other way, like this, right? Yeah, so the reason why... Okay, gun turrets, yes, they're good. Problem is gun turrets need inserters. Problem is inserters need a belt. And inserters and belt just get absolutely wrecked when they are close to the front line. Because the strafers, they do these flying ones that you can't shoot until they land. And then they land, and then you shoot up your own stuff, or basically they end up just causing a little bit of damage. And my experience was that I lost a lot of belts and inserters, even though the gun turrets were working fine. Then the fact that it was, yeah, it didn't work for me. Yeah. That's why I'm not using gun turrets. Not because the gun turrets are not good, but because the belts are really vulnerable. What are you up to? Why are you not getting in there? They're like, huh? No? Yeah. Okay. There you go. Up, 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 up. It's stuttering like crazy when moving here. Really? Okay, whatever. That's a corner thing. Bothers me with these long connections. There you go. Okay. Yeah. Let's see. I copy this. Yeah. Then I copy this thing here. And then if I remove these once and take a blueprint of this, then it should remember that as blueprint. But I can't take it from all the way. Can I take it from all the way over here? No. I have to do one more. So I think that if I take it, including this one, and including that one, then it should remember the power lines. Doesn't quite. Yeah, see, that doesn't fit. It has to be in here. Not the last one. There. Do you wish for the Gleba style wall, or is Gleba fine without walls? No need for walls. I don't think walls work very well on Gleba because they tend to just fly over them anyway or stomp across them. So as much as I'd like, I don't think I should do exactly what I'm doing now. I don't think this should be in the corner just yet. How am I going to do this? Let's do it in a overkill way. We have that on Navis, don't we? Like we have something in the corner. Oh, that's the one we want. Oh, that's sexy. Except it's not legendary. And it doesn't fit in here. But aside from that, it's perfect. How can it fit on one side but not the other? Ah, okay. It does. What? Oh, right. Okay, it's just the look and feel of it. Maybe I just move it down here and just accept that it's shorter range, and then do these. There. So, Barthak, can you just get on with it soon? Still working on this one. 400 inbound. Producing. Yeah. Every time it comes in, it's just 5 more chunks. And then a little repair pack here and there being used to fix this. When we get the lasers on board, it's gonna work. This... There. Perfect. So now we actually have power working on this location. Great. My current Gleba defense is artillery only with enough range to base of laser and Tesla and lasers for key items. the breach. Okay, well, I can't do that. I don't know how you can, but I can't. Zip. That doesn't work for me. Because even if I have... I feel I have legendary and I have long range, but the pollution cloud is still only barely bigger. So I don't know how you would do that. Just having way more upgrades. But I feel that the upgrades, the range upgrades, are getting kind of expensive. I'm up to 65 million here, so 65 million wasting on this is not really sort of super interesting. I think the reason was that it very much depends on how big your farm is, because it's producing when they harvest. Spores are put on per harvest, and you harvest based on your consumption rate. And so I'm also just consuming a lot. That's actually not good. That is not good. Why do I look at stuff like this and just... what's the... Flying robot frames? Really? I don't really want to deal with why we don't have flying robot frames now. Okay, so this idea about this just didn't really work very well. So, part of why I'm asking for a vid explaining why trains are worse than other methods, because when I talk to other people, they just handwave difficulties with making trains work logistically, and I'm bad at articulating what you explained. Link them to it. Yeah. Okay, that sounds like a you problem and not a me problem. So basically, I should make a video so you don't have to explain it. That's a little bit of a weak argument, right? Anyone else have something they'd like me to explain in a video for them so they can just link it to their friends instead of explaining it themselves? Because I don't really think... I mean, I think it's a little bit presumptuous to say, like, you make a video so I don't have to explain it. I've explained it numerous times here, and I also explained why I don't want to make a video, and then the argument of is not like, oh, it's something, it's just like, so I don't have to explain it. Far outside, you can cover a large area, clouds, only a few outputs. Yes, that's Pennywise. I was also thinking that's kind of like, if I build like an outpost here that shoots and defends, then you can sort of place outposts like strategically out here. But then how are you going to feed it more than long belts, part of the Roboport network? It just, there's another lot of other questions that need to be answered in the same context. Oh, this is nice. So it's actually getting a little bit of a corridor up here. Really nice. Except that's not getting there, but it's making a nice corridor. Also, maybe not relevant to make concrete everywhere. I kind of regret the concrete. Maybe I should just not do the concrete. Entities and tiles only. Oh, poor little deconstruction planner. There, don't want it. There's stone, Glebber stone starved. My Glebber has 0 stone on my save. That's an import as well. Okay. It doesn't have a lot of stone. Well, it does have a lot of small stone patches, but they are annoying to pick up. I don't know. Mine is not stone starved. I don't know what I need stone for except for concrete, but I guess we're kind of... Landfill? I think I have enough landfill. Okay. Let's continue on just fencing this. Should I make a separate one without? Yes. No. Yeah. Good. So now we reached. Now we know how far it has to reach. Yeah. That's the end? Yeah. For now. Of the upwards expansion. And obviously we miss a lot up here, but and then we can do this part here. Kind of sucks to do it this manual way, but especially when it does these. Could I just do something like this? Was that? That's too far out. Yes, so this is too far out. Then we need the corner. Seriously? No, it's fine. And then we can go down. And then once we have somewhat protection along this perimeter, then we can start, I suppose, did some design work internally. Let's get these sorted. There you go. And there's a black space on the map, which is somehow inside of our area. Okay. Any chance of Dyson with mods? Nope. No chance of that. I don't generally do mods, and I have no intention of doing it for Dyson Sphere when there's a new patch on the horizon. Alright, so that one doesn't look very big. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 28. Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. So this is the middle. The options are annoying, but they do exist. Yeah, bring it in, or you can also figure out what you need it for. If you need, I don't know what you need stone for on. Like, what is it you need it? Why do you need stone on Gleber? For concrete, yes, but yeah, what else? Concrete landfill, sure, but that's a very finite amount. Once you have your base, you don't need any more. It's not something that's a consistent, or there's a continuous demand for, except for sort of continued demand for expanding base. So I am going to follow this line up here and just see if we have some. Yeah, we got some 20, so we can help make this bridge work a little bit better. Yeah, this sucks. Like this happens. Like they get stuck and then they can't really get anywhere. This is why we need the corridors. And this one's also slowly getting up there. We need this connected. And they're flying up here and then they might sort of slow down before they get there. Then they start breaking away for recharges. But like protection wise, I think we're actually really doing well on the protection here. That was actually not a problem. Bioflux, Pentabotics. I don't see landfill anywhere. Pentabot is just nutrients. Okay, so let's go complete this one. Yeah, almost. There. Yay, we have a full corridor now. Yeah, but biochamp is not something you really... Like, you need one landfill for this. That can't be what you need stone for. And then the overgrowth soil. A little bit of landfill for this. I don't know. Maybe I'll see it, but I don't see it yet for our stone. Okay. This is nice. Very nice that it actually works now. So then we need to find some design space and start figuring out what the design is going to be like. This doesn't make any sense to have these in here. Is it possible to make a sonar exerters only work if a train is in the station? I wonder because it would be nice to get the fruit on the field as long as possible to reduce spoilage. Yes, it is. You can just, there is an indicator on a train station that says, is train there? And you can just use that. Nope, that's not working. Or is train not is train working, but is train sort of in the station? But again, trains. Ugh, I'd much rather make a design. Oops, it's not really working. I'd much rather make it a design near where you're going to be using it than getting it training it inbound. Okay, so now this is the last bit. Yeah, this one. Once that's done, then we're actually protected all the way around. That's nice. That's surprising. I don't know if we're protected enough. This one is obviously not shooting because our range is out here, so this one's just kind of stuck as usual. So we don't have legendary. Oh, I do. I just only have them in my inventory. Okay. And there. And it's not powered. Why not? Because you don't. You're not good like that. So now that's ready to shoot. All the way up there. That's actually a really good connection. It's pretty much a straight line here. And connection wise, we have everything connected. And I think I want to design here in the middle where there's least useful space. But let's design it around here. Or actually, no, I can't design it. Crumble, crumble, crumble. There. This is going to be our design space. And? everywhere. Get rid of those stupid cliffs. Nice. Okay, so this will be our design space where we try to figure out how we want to build things. Okay. Yeah. I kind of want to design on concrete just because otherwise, or maybe I don't. I think I want to design on concrete perimeter. Okay. And then I want to take this, trees and rocks. Move all of this part. That's busy. Good. All right. This is our design space. There are many like it, but this one is ours. Oh, wow. That's interesting. Military is now out of range or out of supply. Let's do a few of these. Let's do that. I use somewhat cursed design in my philosophy, especially with vehicles. Filterable trunk spaces, belts. Is it optimal? Probably not. It's stupid and it works anyways. My point, to know how to unbuild a vehicle from map view with bots. A deconstruction planner doesn't do it. I never tried just holding right click on map view until today, and I was super surprised that it allowed me to deconstruct the vehicle from map view. Oh, nice. Okay. But the thing is, vehicles are, and now I say something that sounds very noob-ish, they're bad for UPS. And they are actually quite bad. That's something I discovered in one of those playthroughs where I was went a little bit overboard with that. Wow, so the whole thing here is just 23 of these are missing, and then of course a few bombs, right? Is it optimal? I know. Right, let's take a look at the design we have currently, and then kind of evaluate whether this is how we want to do it. This thing here. This is our design. What is this monstrosity? I don't really want it to be working, but it's working now. I need to turn this off. Sorry. There you go. Okay, so we do need water inbound. That's important, which is not really a big deal. This part, how fast is it? 41, which is a really nice. Like, the thing is, agricultural science is a pain in the ass to make because of the pentapods and recycling of pentapods and all that stuff. But once you have it done, then it is actually working really well. Like, it's very cheap. It doesn't take much resources, but we need to actually make it a little bit different. So let's say this is a module. There's obviously going to be a lot of additional production. So it's 1,663, but I use 66. But I think that's worth it, having direct insertion, because having nutrients on a belt just kind of asking for trouble. So what I'd really like to do is have this module here, but get more. Let's redesign the module. My God, this is annoying without having concrete everywhere. Do I have concrete? Yes, I have concrete. There. Come on, fix it. Like, this design here, I absolutely love. These two need nutrients, and That's produced from here. And you, Pentapod, I need a recirculation, which is not a big deal. I have plenty of landfill. I have 110,000 landfill. 113,000 landfill. And it's all just from this one. And once this is done, then I just build it somewhere else. Like, these are not even legendary, which they probably should be. No, they are legendary. Cool. Okay, so the problem with this is the ratio is pretty much off. Like, if you do this, yeah, this ratio between the pentapods, they're just not keeping up with itself, which means that it's not going to produce 20, it's going to produce whatever less, like 25% less. So it's going to be like 15 for this one. Is that a problem? I don't know. It's certainly not in a position where I can take 2 of these and then go, haha, because now it's like a massive deficit. Oh, it is already a deficit. It's not a position where I want 2 of these for 1. Oh, it's also not connected. What about a 3-to-1 or 3-to-2 ratio? I don't think that's a good idea, but hey. Is that a good ratio? Oh, this is not powered. It sucks to build. Coincidence. Alright, so let's work on this one. Is there a way that they can all happen with a single beacon? Like, that's a single beacon build that does all of that. No, it's not. That would be a single beacon build that does this. But is this even feasible? I don't think so. Like, here, here, here. No. The good news about this is actually that they could all just grab from the same location. Is that a good thing? Like, this doesn't have an output. This just has no output, actually. It's annoying to look at this piece of slice. Yeah, but I'm missing an output. I could do like this, losing a little bit of symmetry, but then getting outputs. Not great. These are producing an excess. Move the lower egg inserters over 1 and yeah, like this. Also a good idea. Now it's on both sides, which I don't like. Yeah, spoilage is another issue. Let me just check this, because this one has spoilage on a belt, which is very important. Like, this circulation is really important. I win something by having, ratio, woo, but I lose the potential of doing this loop here, which is a self-feeding loop for nutrients, which should never be there, but you know, it struggles, and then it actually has to have trashing. Actually, it doesn't. Oh, no, it shouldn't be doing that because I want it out on the belt. Why output pentapod eggs? Because pentapod eggs, you need them to get started. So you need to rotate them around like this, for example, where this one outputs it out here in order to get in. Because it needs something. It needs pentapod input, so it needs pentapod outputs. And then it needs pentapod output that needs to go both into, let's see which way these go. There is a logic here, and it kind of works as long as you have some kind of pentapod X somewhere. Yeah, it's like a cover X except with spoilage. This one is importing one, just a single one. And that means that it can self-start this process. This process is outputting. So for every cycle, it takes 2 in and 7 point something out. So it, what is it? Productivity at 150%. So it takes 1 in and 3.5 out. 1 in and 2 out, plus 150. So it's 1 in and 5 out. Is that true? Yeah. Just join. Started a new playthrough with my brother. We haven't left Novice yet, and I'm dreading having to guide him through Glabber. Yeah, I can understand that. Hopefully my master classes, when we finally get there, will be some kind of help. Okay, so this one says, when it is greater than or equal to 10 in this box, move it over to that box, which means it can become science. Why only when it's over 10? Because I need to have a little bit of stockpile here so that this process always rotates, and I want to make sure that this one is only taken one at a time. So I don't get to a point where this is empty. I don't want this to be empty ever. It will be empty when the pentabots expire. There we go now, and then it'll request another one. But when this is running, it'll keep feeding, and it won't empty it with this inserter because this inserter only wants when it's more than 10. So it'll be like a buffer of ideally like 10 going a little bit over, pick up, go a little bit over. And this one again is just saying only move things from this box into that box when the requested box is less than 20. So it should be fluctuating between 20 and 10 and 20. And why do I do this? Because I don't want it to be, I don't want this, I want this to be able to jam. And it jams when there's something that can't be output, and there's something that can't be output when it puts it out here. When this one is full, it's a full stack. It sucks, but it's a full stack. And then only something here. So I need to make sure that it doesn't fill up the entire box by sort of constraining it to float around like this. And it works. There's no spoilers in this one, but the spoilers goes out here on a separate belt. So I do think I really like this design. It also gets water in, and it seems sustainable. The only thing that I feel is missing is, I don't know. Yeah, the fact that we have to figure out what is the actual production rate. Because it's, I need to take 41.56 divided by 21.06 multiplied by 15.52. There you go. So that means this unit is producing 30 per second. Now, generally, I would like to make units that are better, but that's the only option for making it, and that would cut into this part. So the only other way that I think I can maybe make something like this would be if I used a belt. Like a little belt segment, but the problem with the belt segment is how do I add stuff to this belt segment when it is lacking? I'll still have to do something like this. Like this little belt segment would be fine, and that would enable me to put another beacon here. But I lose something. Is the red calculator counting that the recipe needs X from the output to start the process again? Yes, it does. You can see here. I feel like we spent a lot of time on Gleba just to make stable builds, that they are much more highly optimized compared to the rest of the past builds. Yes, but we also did a second pass on this because it was not stable, and then I wanted to make it more stable. So this one I feel is really stable, like it's working here. This is also a little bit of a hack. I think I'd like to optimize this feeding system, but I like the idea of the feeding system. I just don't like that it's a red output belt, because that's not fast enough at removing things out. We could also say, who cares, because eventually it's going to run at full speed, so. Because this is not even. You can see that they don't launch here, and this one is trying to fill up, and then it only sort of, this buffer gets way more full than this one. This means that there's a lot of unutilized. I'm also deliberately doing the input here of spoil priority, the freshest first, because we'd rather have science that spoils than sending it off. So we want like the newest, freshest stuff if we have too much science. So you can see now it's only launching 10 at a time, while there's clearly, and now it's the spaceship in orbit is happy, and so is now exporting back here. And you can see this, it's exporting too fast because it's not exporting in on a stack build. This is a stack belt, 32. This is not a stack belt, 8. So if this could also be a stack belt, it would be so much nicer going back out here. Do we dare make a stack belt? I don't know. And then it fills up the buffers for the next round. Fill it up here, and then when it comes in, it fills up. I like this system, and I also like this one. How would that fit into a city block? I don't think I can optimize this. It's stable. It works. Like this is. It's enticing, but I don't know. I don't know how this would work. I think it's also one of those cases where I dream about this using less space, and then once all the other stuff like the water inbound is suddenly added, then oh shit, it's not actually using less space, it's actually using more space. Because what we also need now is we need every single one of these to have nutrients. How the hell am I going to get nutrients into all these? Here? Sure, but what about that one and that one? Yeah, this design is good in principle. But this design is just good. Still prefer the correct ratio. That's fine, you make one with correct ratio. There's nothing that, like, what is the benefit of having correct ratio? You'll use less entities. Yep, okay. And you use less space. Yeah, okay. Are any of those a concern? No, not really. But we need 6 of these modules here. So the question is now, can I make 6 modules inside of a city block? Yes, I can. Ooh, that's interesting. No, it's actually incorrect. I wonder if this would work or this would be too risky. No, I think it actually works, makes it better. Oh, look at this. Look at this location. It is begging for a... Oh my god, that's... I've never seen any place to beg for that any more than this. Ooh. Ooh. Ooh, 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 ooh. Right, we're a little bit short on defenses, but let's just look at this naive approach first. First of all, we're going to scale it down to what it actually produces. I also have a little bit of a surplus of nutrients, so good luck getting that in correct ratio. 346.5 divided by 175.6 multiplied by 129.4. 255. This is so sexy. That is so sexy. Yeah, it really is. At least my definition of sexy. Thoughts on the box with a stack of pentabolic. Is there a reason we are not restricting the inserter based on the number of eggs in the box? No, I don't think so. I was thinking the same thing, but I didn't do it. Like the output inserter instead. Like this one should then be hooked up to that box instead. This is, I imagine this is what you're saying. Like it reads content and then it says enable when it's less than 20. I think I actually had that. Oh, right. No. I don't know. Apparently this was already a thing because the condition was already set here. See, this condition is set when it's less than 20. Maybe less than 10, but 20 is probably fine. Let's test it at the production, because where else would you test things? Oh, right. It doesn't really matter as long as this is working full time, because this will always be constrained. Like, oh, target for... No, it's not actually constrained. Shouldn't this one also stop working at some point? Stutter? Yeah, it was stuttering. I need to see it again. I don't see it. I want to see it go to output full. Output full. It said output full for a little bit. But this is then lacking, so it's not actually producing it fast enough. Because this is only taking one at a... No, it's not. Why is it then... Four. This is the stack capacity 4, so I can take 4 at a time here. There's something in this loop that's not that's losing something. This should be working all the time. The reason why it should be working all the time is because there's a deficit. So this should always be working, and this one should be stuttering because it can't keep up. So this is also why there's no need for this one to be constrained. Target full. Now I don't think this one will ever say target full. Yeah, okay, perfect. There. This will never not work, and this will always export, unless it's in a situation where I'm not consuming any of the signs. And then, still important that I only pick it up when it's more than 10. There you go. Like disable by control behavior, it just flickers and then outputs 4, which means it's 4 is just every time it goes in, there's one swing, which I think is like the optimal way of doing it. Yeah. So this one's gonna stutter. Okay, we did optimization. Stack size is 20, it'll never disable. Oh, right, okay, so that's why I did it. Because it doesn't matter when the stack size is 20. Because I don't want it less than 20 anyway. I don't mind having 20 spawns at any given time. So that's why I didn't do it. It's because the stack size was 20 anyway. Good thing the stack size is not 200. Oh, 10 o'clock. We'll take a short break. Then we'll be back in 2 minutes. And I forgot to save. 7. How's Barthak doing? Oh, that's not this Barthak. That's this Barthak. Is it built? Nope. Still waiting. Alright, and still also... Well, it's getting there. Almost. Alright, short break. Be back in 2 minutes. Alright, welcome back. Ta-da! Let's see. So we did an optimization here. Now we just indiscriminately copy it and then hope that it works under all the conditions that I haven't thought about. Yeah, that doesn't work. This one changed to... This is stack size 4. This one didn't change. This is stack size 1. Yeah, okay, because it only needs 1 inbound here. That's correct. This one, free stack size. And spoiled first, it doesn't matter. So stuff that changed is only this one. You are now stack size 4. You are now stack size 4, so it matches with this. And this one should... It should say 4 every time, yes. And this is stack size 1. This one was previous to stack size 1 and now it's stack size 4. That's the difference. And this one, requester, isn't changed at all. It just says request 1. So it's a very small optimization. But hey. Okay, so how are we going to do things differently on this one? Well, what do we need to include here? We do need to include the bioflux production. So we need to figure out what the actual bioflux production or consumption is on this one. Yeah. It's obviously not going to work at this speed, so this bioflux consumption is completely irrelevant because that's also assuming that we have the bioflux to nutrients running at full speed, which we're not. But we do have every single one is affected by 2 beacons, yeah? Okay, which is amazing. Amazing. Alright, so what I need to do is We need to take one of these. And no, we need to do this because I need to know how much it actually takes. And then afterwards we calculate how much bioflux, because we need to figure out how much bioflux. Actually, we need a box of something here. So that is 240. Or should I should say 255. Or should I say 240? I think I should make it to 240 and then we count backwards. Good. So everything here is productivity 150. That means one craft. It's 1 into 1. So it's divided by 2.5. And that's then pentabots. There. And bioflux. So we just have 240 divided by 2.5. There we go, 96. So this is 96 of these. And also 96 here. And then the question becomes, how much yum factor fucking thing do we need? I don't know. $3.825, but that's only when it works. This is also 4.57. So I think I'm going to be counting just these two and kind of ignoring this one, because if this can produce 1.6, we'll take our current from and add the speed modifier to. What? No, it's a little more subtle than that. 4.5 and 4.5. So this is 4.57 times 2. That's for one unit like this. And each of these nutrients have 2 nutrients. So it's just kind of divided by 2. Wow. Mystery. Take something, multiply by 2, and then divide it by 2. Good thing we have a calculator for that. So we need 4.5 of these per second. So let's say here, a new build, that says we need 5 nutrients per second for each of these modules. Now 1, 2, and then that one is 6, so it's 12 in total. So total nutrients will be 60. That's my sort of back of the envelope math. And if I want to make that, then this is times 8, and then productivity of 250, or times 250. So it is however much we need, 60 divided by 8 divided by 2.5. That means 3. Okay, so 3 bioflux here. So now we know how much that goes in. Then that's only for the yummy factor. We need something else for the pentapod eggs. So if I want to make pentapod eggs, 96 pentapod eggs, then I actually want to make way more than 96 pentapod eggs, because I need to consume them themselves. But let's say we want to make 96 net pentapod eggs. Good. Then what are we going to do to take that inbound? This is 1 to 2. This doesn't really fit, does it? If I take, let's look at this number. 3.07 times 2 times 2.5. Yeah, so it doesn't work. Okay, so this is because it uses this annoying method of saying 10.7 minus 3.07. So it's only the difference that gets multiplied by the productivity. No. That got even more. No, that's not what I want. It's only for each craft. It's 1. I need to figure out how the calculation goes from 3.07 inbound to 10.7 outbound. Blah, when it's 250%. I need to figure out what the math is. My logic is that it gets 1 in and 2 out. One of the ones that come out is going to be productivity. And the other one is not, because that's the input one. So it's only the difference between the input and output that gets productivity. That's the rule, right? For the Kovacs rule. Which means that it goes 1 in and 3.5 out, because one of them gets subtracted and the other one that comes out gets productivity. So it would be multiplied by 3.5. So it's 1.07 times 3.5. There we go. So we found the logic of it. Yeah, 3.5. Mm-hmm. And that means go to this one and say, what am I saying then? What does that actually tell us of anything? Nothing really. Oops. For every craft, I produce a net of 1, but that gets productivity. So for each craft of this, I produce a net of 2.5, because the one goes back in and the one that goes out is productivity module. So each craft is 2.5. So I need to divide it by 2.5 what I need. Good. And then multiply by 30 nutrients. Okay. I don't know what I did. So if I'm needing 96, then I divide it by 2.5. That's the net outbound. And then I multiply it by 30, because that's how much nutrient I need. Then I need that. That's minus 1152 nutrients. And I also need, was it 60 water for each? Yes. Not a problem, but just keep it. Minus 2, 3. 304. Okay. So now I need to figure out, like, this is only for yummy, but then I need this part being crafted. One, 25. Okay. Hover over the egg maker and read how much it makes, because it'll run full time. Yeah, but I still need to do this calculation, because I need to know exactly how much nutrients it is. So I prefer this way. It might be a little bit methodical, but yeah, well, that shouldn't be surprising to anyone. So this one is 5 in, 40 out. So it's 1 in, 8 out. Multiplied by 2.5. 8 times 2.5 is 20. Okay, good. So basically we just take whatever we need here. 1152 divided by 20. There. So this means I need another 57.6 negative number. Sorry, that was minus 58. There. Cool. So now that gets reduced. Oh. There. Why is there a surplus of 60? Oh, right. That's because I'm going to put this up here as also containing the yummy, the minus 60 here for the yummy. There we go. So now this is the net resources. So now we need to 150. Oh, that's too much. Oh no, because it's here. Oh, right. So, okay, so now we need to figure out how are we going to make 157 bioflux. That's the next part. $157. Yes. So. Well, well, well. This is pretty close, right? And then it's also... Yeah, I think I like this. Let's have a look on other builds here. This build, how's that working? This is producing, it's taking the input here, and then it's producing a net of 216. I think this might actually just be what I need. Like, do I need to make it more complicated than this? I do wonder why this is not working. You're not getting any cubes because the cubes are here. Ah, right. Okay, so there might be like a little bit of optimization we could do. Because when this is now waiting for these to spoil, because then they get picked up. Direct insertion of fruits is nice. Yeah, but it's not so easy. This is also fine by putting it out on a belt that runs, and then it just kind of jams a little bit once in a while when this happens. But as soon as these spoil, which is like 3 minutes or something, four minutes. So now that gets blah, 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 blah. Yeah, so the whole belt has spoiled because there's some unspoiled here. We can see they have a little sliver left, and only when that spoilage is done will it get out. It's one of those things where, oh, that's inefficient. Yeah, but free stuff, mass, it's in bulk things. But this one does have the issue. They really should be picking up from the same spot so that this doesn't happen. Add both true to dope both filters. Welcome to Clever. Welcome to Clever, my friend. That's not going to work. Because then they'll both be suddenly picking up half a stack of cubes, and then they're both going to be stuck, and they can't unstuck. This way, they will get unstuck by themselves. But yeah. Actually, you know what? How I could unstuck this? Like that. No. Are you going to make a 100% achievement guide? No, I have no intention of that. Nothing about 100% achievement I think is particularly interesting. In right now, at least. Good. So let's get this here. Okay. So this thing was actually a problem, and I think that it could be fixed by doing here. But then it's going to be harder to pick things up for that one. Yeah. So that's actually not worthwhile. I think that the one that spoils the fastest, 4 minutes, should be 3 minutes. These two should be reversed. Like that. Because the one that spoils the fastest should be the one that gets stuck up here, so it gets cleaned up. +1 red inserter and belt moving. The spoiler, yeah, this can be upgraded to stack inserters, absolutely. This one can also be downgraded, I think. How fast is this? No, it can't. It has to be stack inserters on a belt. And hold on, this is not, hold on. You can't pick up 166. So you're cheating, you're lying to me when you say that you're producing this much. Entity destroyed? Really? Oh, right, that's because, haha, we don't have something up here. And another thing that I really should be doing now. While not doing anything else, oops. Oops. So nice that roboports are also mini radars. Okay, and then we'll save the rest for later, I guess. Or not. No signs. It's the only one that's missing. And this is what we see now. So if only we had this one going. So let's just do that and then build it up a little bit. Okay. I'm just looking at you two are lying to me. Because this is not actually it. It's going to be 110.8 divided by 166 multiplied by 120, because that's the maximum we can get. So this is 80 on this side and then 80 on the other side, which just so happens to be 160. And how much did we need? 157. All right, good. So this is actually, it says it's producing more, but it isn't, because it's capped at a full belt of something. And then we'll have to sort of, what I also want this build to do is I want this build to get rid of its own spoilage. So I will not have spoilage sort of sitting on a belt. I will have spoilage feeding back. Back down here somehow, and then be dealt with inside of this area. What? Yeah. But if it can be held up or up to like 30 seconds to handle the spoilage issue, don't you need to be higher than that? The spoilage issues only happen when things are not consumed. So, for example, now I'm using mining productivity, or making a science that doesn't require any research productivity. Wow, that was quick. That was quick. We just did 5 sciences and then we're back to that one. All right. This one. Yeah. Oh, Right, that doesn't work because you want to grab from a belt that isn't here yet. Ooh, that's max distance. You're not max distance. Yeah, so the stuff that gets produced on this side goes out here, gets in. This one will keep working. But you also need like a feeder for getting it started. Yeah, you're not requesting, you're only requesting if this is running out. And it shouldn't be because you're outputting here and putting back in. So it should be self-serving. This will get us the belt we need here, I guess. Okay, so this build is actually good. I think we're going to keep it like this. As a base nutrient production, not yummy based. That's a good idea. I don't know if what that does for us. See, that won't work as a Kickstarter. Because I need to build it in here then. Or maybe I can. Alright, let's just kick you somewhere else. We can do this afterwards. It's an interesting idea. To say, forest to nutrient. Yeah. We need to grab from this belt. That's okay. That is actually getting in here, so... Why not? Like... I'm just kind of... Is this productivity based? Oh, it can productivity based. That's silly. But then it gets really slow. But then I also don't care about productivity for this one. I just want it to consume whatever flows by and grab it. Yeah. Okay, so something I'm thinking about, like I have 2 on this side that produce 80. That's enough to go into this belt. And 2 on this side that produce 80 going to this belt. Why do I need to put them on one belt and then put them out? I don't know. I do need that because of this one. This is only... Yeah. Yeah. It goes there. It's the wrong way. This one. Such as something like when nutrients in a certain machine or biolab are 0 or about... I mean, this one is just like... If it consumes some of this, that's fine. If it doesn't, then whatever. I don't know if I want to merge all of this down on this belt here. Maybe I do, maybe I don't. I think this is fine. This is a fine way of doing it. Because it then doubles this up. That's not going to hurt anyone. Like, I don't think that's going to be a bad thing. And then whatever comes down here will just be used as deleted. What is the fastest way to delete spoilage? The recycler is not actually very fast. Heat towers, maybe. The thing with the recyclers is that you can, no, yeah, I don't think so. No, definitely not. Definitely not, right? They're consuming efficiency 250, 40 megawatt. So they only consume 16 megawatt of power, and that is, what's the burn value of this? 150, so 4 of these for 1 megajoule. So 16 times 4, that's 64. So this can consume 64 per second. That's not much. I don't know, maybe that is actually okay. Yeah, it just disappears. It caps eventually, yeah, but doesn't it continue to work when it's at full capacity? You have to control it because it keeps burning when it's on max. But if these ones can consume 64 per second, then 4 of these will consume a full belt. That should be pretty good, right? I think that's good. The only thing we want to sort of export by itself is this one. Or maybe not even. Or your fuel, you have actually quite a high fuel value, so I don't want to feed you in here as well. I think this is a good way of just burning it and you're like, whatever. Yeah. So this is not useless. And then all we need inbound is something here, something there. So let me do the calculations now. Yay, whoopee. Whew. 157. I really want to just say 160. But whatever. That's not a luxury we have. Here. Good. So I take 249.4. That's not a 4. Divided by 166.3. Multiplied by 157. 234. Yeah. We'll this one, the mush. 234. No, negative. It's really nice numbers, by the way. Then I do the same thing kind of here. 199.5. That's 188. 189. Green stuff. Minus 189. Yeah. And then we go down and say, how do we make? How do we make 234 of this? And how do we make? Maybe we can get both of those in at the same time. 189 of that. So this is 1 to 2, and so it means 1 to 5. Does that match with expressions of 33 to 166? Yeah, okay. So it's now 234 divided by 5. That is how many of these? Minus 47. And the other thing, this is producing 1 to 4. Wow, that's much better ratio. This is 1 to 10, so it's 1/10 of this. Don't think I need the math for that, but you know, that's the brain thingy. Minus 19. That's such a crazy difference. I think you limited the amount of spoilage you can carry by using only half a belt before the towers. Yeah, 100, 120. But they're also, I really don't want them to, I don't want this, I don't see this being producing more than 120 or even less spoilage. Maybe I should make all the spoilage exporters, or all the spoilage exporters that can, should be stacked. Whew. Okay. What does this tell us? 47 and 19. That's really big difference. Does that seem right? Butchie, thank you for your 17 months.
Our illustrious champion returns. Welcome home.
Spoilage export from the spoilage to nutrient assembler. There is no, well, the spoilage to nutrient assembler is an assembler, so it doesn't have any spoilage. It doesn't generate spoilage. This is an assembler. It's only the bioflux that, or the biochambers that generate spoilage. Yeah, in this case at least. Right, so we have actually the build. Now all we need is to figure out how much. How do we get this? How much do we need for 47 of this damn thing? I kind of need to get a sense of this because I would like to have like, a build. So let's see if we can decipher how much this is producing. How does it work? Takes 5 minutes and produces 50. So it produces 100 per minute. 100 per 60 seconds. Hello. Hey, thank you, Silver Cecil. Oh, I'm so happy to see you. We just need the factory musculature to also be here. Then I'm happy. Because when I'm streaming like randomly, then yeah, this sucks. I really want to protect your streak. So me streaming randomly, I'm almost like, should I not stream because you might lose your streak? But I know that's a little bit silly. But still. So if this is it, then it's 47 divided by 1.66. That means I need 28 plants for each. That's not so bad, right? That's not so bad. Like, I can just do deletion here. I can't see how much that is, but okay, so that depends. How do I see how much? What did I do wrong? Yeah, 10 per minute per tree. Oh my god, I need 280. Oh my god. That is awful. So it's 10 per 60 seconds. And there's no bonus here, there's no bonus there, there's no bonus for seeds. There's like, it's so poorly implemented. Again, Gleba fucking sucks. Why do why do legendary seeds not produce legendary plants or something like that? Or legendary agriculture towers have a greater yield? Or let us put productivity modules in here, like something. Ah, man. So that means if I needed 47 divided by 0.667, whatever, then I need 200 plants. Fuck. Seeds of the trains of Leber. Okay, so the next thing is I'm not able to make a design that includes this. So that has to come in on belts. And 47 means that I can have 4 of these builds, that's fine, but I can't have more than that. I wonder what a good design would look like. Like, let's go this one. Like, all of this is good area, so we can just kill all of that. Then I actually also want to here tiles. Why can I not click here? Oh, because someone did that. There we go. Landfill. Because I really don't want landfill in this area. Because that prevents us from doing what we want. I'm seeing something I don't like. Why are they still here? These cliffs. There you go. Make a blue science build on volcanoes, but them being less than half the speed of my red, green is driving me low-key nuts. How much production should I shoot for with a single build before you just call it done and copy paste? It's a very simple question, and you can either give you a simple answer or a complicated answer. The simple answer is as much as the other science, because your science is going to be constrained by the slowest one. So if you make a million billion red and green, you're not going to be using it if you only make 60 per second. So that's the simple answer. Same as the other ones. So that's why I often start with the blue ones, because they're so slow, and therefore, sort of, if I've built the blue ones, then I can sort of say, okay, that's my benchmark. I think in this beginning, like, then the more complicated answer is depends on what period of the game you are. For my masterclass, the first builds I design is 2.35 per second, because that's a perfect ratio in between all the builds, and then they can be scaled up from there. If you're sort of in the mid game before everything is legendary, then maybe 60 per second is a good number, or 30 per second. I would definitely go like 30 per second, 60 per second, 240 per second. I would sort of go like either half an unstacked belt, a full unstacked belt, or a full stacked belt. Those would be the build sizes depending on your tech level. That's my thoughts. Okay, so let's figure out, what if we have some space that has this thing here? How are we going to... what is the most optimal way of making a design? Like, this is not optimal, but it's not completely useless either. Because this is basically saying, okay, yeah, anytime, anytime. Thank you for the tier 2, brand new tier 2 subscription. Let's do something like this, right? And then somewhere in this area, I also need a power pole. So it's just really difficult for me to imagine that there is a way that I can build this. This needs to now be max distance. What is max distance? This is 1, 2, 3. Like maybe like this. Yes, so that's maximum distance. No overlap between them, right? But there's also no overlap of power poles or of this, so this is no good. And yep, we're gonna lose the one next to it because of the inputs and outputs, and then we're gonna lose the one with the power pole. But I don't see the way to do that. Why not big power poles? How am I powering this? All these with one big power pole? I don't know how to do that. And even if I do large power poles, I'm still gonna have this belt here that needs to be addressed. The cool thing about this is that it automatically prevents any junk that I pick up, because that gets ejected with this buffer chest. Then it makes sure that it's stacked, and it's stacked on both sides of the belt. Actually, not this. This one's not stacked on both sides of the belt. It should be stacked on both sides of the belt, but it's not. This one is, right hand side in the direction of travel. So this one puts on the upper side of the belt, and this one puts on the lower side of the belt. So this guarantees a fully stacked belt, which is really important for large scale. Legendary medium power poles. I think that there's something we're sort of missing about it. Like, even if I do that, like, I'm still not being able to connect. I still have to do this, and if I do that, I lose that tile. That tile is no longer valid, and if I lose that tile, I might as well put that here. And if I put that here, I might as well put that. Like, it's. I don't see that it can be done in any way better than having 3 tiles out of the maximum grid, one for the tower, one for all the ins and outs, and one for sort of a substation. Yeah, belt is the issue, yes. So even if you stack it, if you do bot based, but I'm not gonna do bot based, absolutely not. We're gonna definitely do this, and I want it to be outputting. I want as little buffer as possible, because the buffer in here, I don't think that's gets spoiled. It does spoil, yeah, but it just gets out here, so it spoils and goes rid of it. Yeah. So the best you can do is 46 out of 49 possible plans. Yes. Bots is not an option because I want this belt based. Otherwise, I can't design it at ratio if it's not belt based. Then it'll just be like, well, I don't know, maybe. Exactly like that. Then the next question is, should I make like a grid that disrespects my beautiful grid, or should I make a grid that tries to respect that? Ooh, respect the path. Because then we can go into something else and just like, okay, so what would that look like? If I did that, I would actually only have room for 4 of them in one city block, which seems a little bit low. Now that doesn't reach. What if I do... Doesn't reach. Doesn't matter. No matter what I do, I'm not gonna get around. The fact that these are... Well, maybe what if it's on the lower one? Would there be an option for something like this? Not really. Like this one's really intricate. How do you get such big biomes on Gleba? That's just the size of it. But you need overgrowth soils. So this stuff here isn't usable unless you plant it with overgrowth soil, as I do here. Otherwise, you can see there's only like a tiny spot. So you need the overgrowth soil to make it work. So now the next question would be, is there a way that this could work? I don't see it. I don't see how I can reconfigure this. It's not bad RNG. No, it is absolutely not bad RNG. Absolutely not. There's no way you don't have as much as I do. Like, what you're looking at the beginning is these tiny, tiny patches. Like this here. That's small, but then you get the overgrowth soil. The whatever it's called. This one. Your artificial soil. Then you can take the other part. And then you get the other one, the overgrowth soil. And you can take all of this part. So it's not about small patches. It's also about like the size of your base. Maybe your base is really small, but there's no way your base doesn't look like this. All of this screen is planted with the overgrowth. All of this is also overgrowth. They just spam soil everywhere. Pretty much. Like all of this is spamming soil everywhere. All of this is spam soil everywhere. I just ended up not using it. And I also have a lot of it under there. So in 4 towers, 1 grid with a 3x3 cross between them. Perfect. Oh, really? Hold on. Maybe there's another way. Maybe I can... Thank you for sort of breaking it down in that case. It's really difficult to figure out how this... I think it's actually better to do like this. And then go... So I'm thinking, why could this be a pattern? The assemblers don't really need to be here. And then maybe a dead space, and then 1, 2, 3, and then another here. Right? Because now all of the stuff is outside of the area here. And then the question becomes, can I then power the whole thing from here? Yes, can. Which makes this outside of all of the areas. Ooh. Okay. Okay. Yeah? Is a grid self-imposed rule by you? Yes, it is. It's just organization. So it's very much a self-imposed rule. It's just, I find that anytime I don't do it, then I end up spending a lot of time on just kind of aligning like a giant steel build. Like, where is it going to be? And then power poles everywhere and substations and roboports. So now I'm going to go with this. And yeah, it means that it's not going to be as space efficient, but it's on the other hand going to be really, I don't know, placement efficient, I would say. And then, yeah, so it can be placed in either of these tiles. But then it doesn't reach. There you go, that one reaches. Ah, that one sucks. That has to go out. Otherwise it loses 1, right? It's a 404. Thank you for the 25 months. You could even do preemptive cleanup, spoilage, and even reach the production. That's what I'm doing. That's what I'm already doing here. And then so this would be like a city block where I have something in here, then I'm just stamping it down and then it'll work fine. Very nice holiday. Thank you. Move them one closer. Oh, right. That's actually true. If I want this to be here, and I kind of do. Oh, it's a 4-4. Thank you.
Proliferate.
Still works. Like, they're still not overlapping at all. Add the artificial soil to the blueprint? I don't know how to do that. Then I'd have to find like an ideal case where everything is covered in artificial soil, or make it in a test world. It's like this symmetry is killing you? Yeah, I understand. I understand. It's also annoying to me, but I don't know how to fix it. But let's see what we actually have as part of this. This is what I've deemed necessary previously. I need obviously a seed requester. No way around it. The light, obviously, but you know, the light could be replaced with that. Like, I know I'm being... However, if I'm now, for example, doing it this way, then you're going to go out, you're going to be right hand side in the direction of travel. That's fine on this side. Yep. But if I take the same thing and flip it, then it's no longer fine, because this goes on outside and this one is right hand side in the direction of travel, which is also outside. So this doesn't work. It has to be on the back side of it. What about upwards? Opposite and there. So that works. And this. Okay, so this doesn't work and this doesn't work. Those are the two options. Huh. This symmetry must be even worse. Oh yeah, I don't need both sides if I'm side loading it. You're right. You're right. I don't need both sides. Okay. Wouldn't you need spoilers cleanup? Is a stack inserter grabs a plant and it spoils, or is that gonna happen if it spoils because production is too fast? This is a 1 hour timer. So yes, it definitely can happen, but it really shouldn't happen, but it can happen. Everything can happen. It just so rarely happens. Let's see. 400 hours. Okay, that's not great. We'll do this so it gets done at some point. Hello, Torman. Do the towers need to side? Yeah, that's the part. Maybe not. Which means that the stuff I need is this. And this one is blacklist that one. Oh. That's not a pretty way of doing it. Huh. Why does it not give a... Shouldn't it give like a sign? Oh, right, it does. It's just, you know, a red knot marker on top of a red plant is not really working very well. Is this a pipe input at the base? Of the, is a pipe? Yes, there's a pipe input. That's been replaced. Ah. Yeah. I like this better because then it can actually connect out here. Yeah. Flip vertically. So this is actually now gets everything except one tile out of this. If of course it can. And yes, there is a... Have a look at this. There's obviously some part of it that isn't covered and also the part out there. But this is the benefit of this design is that I can just be like, yeah, done. Which I like going exactly like that. How you put in lights now? Sure. Very important lights. Yeah, I like this. Is there a benefit to overlapping by making 3x3 grids versus leaving empty spaces? Overlapping just wastes effort. Oggy, thank you for the prime. Welcome.
A new subscriber. Come.
So anywhere that is a city block that has something in it, I can just stamp like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Like, get that done. And then, yeah. Then we'll have to have the overgrowth soil. Is that jelly knot? No, that one. Yamako. Right, like this. Is that the maximum size? Yeah. So we'll just basically go twonk, 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 twonk. And then if I really want to save something, then I take the stuff that isn't going to work anyway out here. Those tiles that are incomplete. But do I bother? Not really. Combinator to force stack inserter to output if it has spoilage. I don't think I need that. And hello, Samagon. For you, Samagon, maybe you don't know. I talked to my friend who was at that Polish Tantra Festival as a facilitator, and she said it was really good. Like, she was 100 people, and she had expected like it was more of a beginner thing, but it was actually like really, people were really open and joining in and all that good stuff. So interesting. Maybe something for... She was... And she also said, like... She was definitely going next year. And she was hoping that I would come with either alone or with my women. Then... oh, wow. Oh, we're missing reds. How are we missing red sides? Huh. Yeah, so if you go next year, maybe we'll see each other at that point. Right, so I'm kind of inclined to make this concrete. To sort of... Not because I need it. Just kind of feel that this would be better as concrete. I like that. That's I think that looks nice. Little farms, and even if it's not the most efficient pattern, then once we have scaled it up everywhere, then it's actually going to be like a really nice thing. Cool. So now the next question is, this particular one, how many? 7? There's 49 in total. 1, 2 is always out, and then 3, 4. So this is, let's just say the whole, oh, wouldn't that be awesome just to have like one down here where you can go like, okay, how many are actually active? Like you can't calculate it normally or correctly. Does this bush have an icon? It does. That one. Where's the Yamako bush? Shouldn't it be here? Like as one of the trees? Huh. Okay, we'll just make it as overgrowth then. So starting out as 49 to 49, that's 196 is the maximum that this city block can handle, right? Oh, 188? Oh yeah, yeah, okay. Without, then take the 4 out. So that's 188. And then we basically go like, okay, this is missing 2. This is missing 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. So minus 20. So this one is 168 patches. It's not bad. Now that you don't have the stop station in the middle, shouldn't you move planters a little bit further apart? Make the cross in the middle symmetrical. I can't make it further apart because if I move this one tile over, then it overlaps with that. I can make it one tile closer. Yeah. Here I could make it one tile out, but then it loses all symmetry. No, that's not 277 per minute. Oh, per minute. Okay, yeah, okay. It's 168 times 0.1628 per second. But this gives me really good confidence about, like, it wasn't that surprising or that overwhelming. I was like looking at it like 100 and, what do we say, 180? 182 82 patches. That's just 2 good city blocks. It's funny how we're running out of red circuits. Like that's bugging me. Let me get distracted a little bit. But maybe I shouldn't have red circuits, so maybe that's okay. I'm just kind of, it shouldn't be running out of science though. Why do we not have that? Why are you stuck on volcanoes? No thrusts? Oh, why does that happen? That is the stupidest thing we could imagine. I really should have a contingency against this. Corruption inserter state, active flag, true state. Nice. That's great. Let me take a manual save. Huh. Does not match the true accident. Never seen that. I found a bug. Woo! I found a bug. Well, not being able to save is less than ideal. The coordinates .500. The .500 is probably 500 as the 5th planet. Better find this bulk inserter. Yep. I definitely want to find that bulk inserter. But I think it's like, I'm hoping that it's showing it on screen, but I don't know, because this is not what we're looking at right now. Oh, I wanted to take a save so we could show it. I don't even know how to how do we even debug it? I think it's one of these. Let's take a blueprint of this first. Okay, so it wasn't. Well, that's fun. Well, this is not me who is debugging, right? So debug info. Do we have any idea where we find the coordinates? What about last autosave? I mean, last autosave is before. Oh, last autosave actually worked. How old is the last autosave? That's a good question. 17 minutes ago. So it's between this and that. So it's actually probably the newest build, because if the last autosave 17 minutes ago works and this one doesn't work, then it's probably one of these. Again, blueprint it. Okay, let's save again and take a screenshot. We don't know what the .500 means, but I'm imagining that .500 is a reference to what planet it's on, which means it could also be in space, which makes it a lot more difficult. Because if we look at this one, let's imagine if it was on Gleba, it would be minus 1000. See, that's no good. Show detailed info. Debug info, maybe. Ah, right. Oh. No, it doesn't say. Oh, yeah, there we go. Here's the coordinates. 16. So it's clearly not in Gleba. What about on the last one of the spaceships? What spaceship were we just looking at? At 5, so we don't know. Okay, don't know how to show planet. Yeah, we don't know what the planet is, so it could be any of the planets. But I haven't done anything on any planets, right? So, but it can't be on space because space doesn't extend that far out. Volcanus? Let's see. Volcanus it could be. Nope. It can't be on Volcanus because it's minus 1500 and something. That's way far out. I mean, I'm not. It's. I can lose the last 17 minutes. That's not a big deal. But now I'm also a little bit curious about it. So it's out here, 560 here. So it's out in this range. I don't have anything out here. Like on none of the planets I have anything. Okay, here's maybe something. 15,400 and there. That's the X coordinate. I don't even know. And then the Y coordinate is minus 484. Maybe that one? That's exactly it. It's this one. Unfortunately, we can't deconstruct it. Because I don't have any... Can you paste the error in chat? No, not really. I can paste it in, oops, and in stream chat I can put it in because it's a screenshot. There. So the only place, I mean, we actually found an inserter at exactly that point. So that could be the point. I think I'm actually going to try it. Ugh. Why are they not picking up this crap? Oh, was I outside? Hmm. Oops, do that. Whew. I'll get rid of this. Now I'm getting curious why this is the problem. Like, why would that suddenly end up in an error state? And we'll go there. Then I will try to save. It'll fail. I'll go there and it'll actually pick up and then we'll see if it works. Maybe it actually works now because it's just marked for deconstruction. Maybe that already changes its state. Yeah, it does. Then let's be really curious because that's an excellent save. That's an excellent... Now everything works. Alright, never mind. Whatever. It fixed itself by doing that. I don't know. I can't report that anyway. Back to Glibberlicious. And I have no idea how that got into an error state. Never in my 8,000 hours of Factorio have I seen an error state like that. Ooh, look at that. Look at how juicy it just goes waving around at 400,000 signs per minute. If I could keep this up, it's only 20 minutes until we have the next science productivity research. Maybe just getting a screen. I think the deconstructing it or marking it for deconstruction and remarking again. This was a cosmic ray bit flip. Yes. Those always happened. This one. Oh, right. This is because this is literally the only place that is not outside. Literally. The only place that's outside of area. Also, by the way, this looks amazing on the net, on the map view. You know what? I'm just gonna, we just took let's take another save, whatever. And then I'm gonna load the autosave this one. I'm gonna save it under this one and then call it. It was 7 and then before error on Fulgora. Then I can always just ask CobraX if he wants that report. Oh, did we miss it? Yeah, yes, we did miss that break. We absolutely did. I was kind of getting really exhausted, so now we just power through until 10 to something. Okay, so this is good. Let's figure out how we do. I love this, and it looks good. Also, the fact that it's, even if it's 2 in the middle and 3 on the middle here, it's slightly different, but it's still better. Didn't crash the game. Nice, helpful tool. Ips, yes. DKD, that's exactly right. Like, most games would just have crashed and go like, ugh. But this one is like, well, you can keep going, but we can't save, so maybe you can fix it. But here's some hints, which is really made by developers for developers. Cool. So let's think about how we want to do the rocket silos. The idea of this is good. The implementation could be better. Does landfill and overgrowth bring more farmland? Yes. Not landfill. Landfill not. Overgrowth, yes. There are 2 tiles of there's soil, artificial soil and overgrowth. Artificial soil can turn this is the naturally working. Overgrowth soil can turn this one productive, and overgrowth soil can turn this one productive. So. Okay, let's see what oops. These are also really slow. Look at this, it's 295 now. So if I could get a little bit more, then I don't need 4 of these here. Then I can actually just put a speed module. It's the only thing I can find. Oh, JBestman, thank you. Can't save because active state flag does not match the true state. Oh, this looks like exactly the stuff we have. Save file is corrupted. If you know how to get into that state, then I can take a look. Other than that, there's not much that I can do. Be done. Okay. Wow, that's... Well, we can definitely... Well, the thing is, we didn't go to Fulgora, and somewhere in the next 15 minutes, it got into an error state on Fulgora. So I think that's actually useful. The only problem is, do I bother with all of that and just, yeah, but yeah, I'll try it. I just don't, I don't have, blah, whatever. Eventually. Yeah, try saying, I'm just not gonna do that debugging. Yeah, not gonna do it now. Okay, so what I'd like to do is, I would like the exporter to also be a legendary inserter, which I don't think actually is gonna be, or not a legendary, but a stack inserter, or at least like a fast inserter, which I guess it shouldn't be a problem because I can just do something like this. Or So one goes on the inside and the other one goes on the outside. Or it does both. Can I do that? Can I do it to do both? Where's this inputting? Outputting? I don't know. It's something like if you're outputting in a corner, it always puts in the inside of the corner, which is still on the outside, So you'd have to sort of curve it away. Anyone from Whoop is watching our streams? Not really. Don't think so. The problem with the stack inserter is that the output here is not guaranteed to be stack sized. Like I'm stacking it in stacks of 10, which means that it might have sort of 7, then it picks up 7 and then it gets stuck. Then they spoil, then they can't output, and blah blah blah. So having it in a normal inserter, this should be a lot better. This is 8 per second, no 12 per second, and this one is 80 per second. So it's like a massive difference between having each of those. So going from here to here is much bigger of an improvement than going from one to the other. But yeah, I would like to have a stack inserter for this. I do also have one that goes out here, so oh, sorry. And this one is only saying it when, and this value here comes from the requests. This is reading the orbital requests. So when there's no orbital requests, that means there's no spaceship in orbit that wants something. Then start exporting. Then just empty these so they get ready for the next round. Splitter outputting balancer. Would that work? Yeah, I think that could work. It'll work better. Why do I input and output the signs? Because I want the signs to be the freshest signs I send back to a novice. I don't want some half-spoiled signs that's been sitting there. I want the freshest stuff. So what I do is I empty all of these of signs when there's nothing in requested, send it out, circulate it, put it into the buffer so that it's ready in this buffer. And then from this buffer, I pick up the freshest first, so that when the ship comes in, it's loaded immediately with the freshest first and then gets sent off. So that it is as fresh as possible, the stuff that gets to novice. And if I have something that's half spoiled, then whatever. It might fully spoil and then it gets recycled and it doesn't take up space on the spaceship. Because I really don't want to be in a position where I export things and it spoils in transit. Because spoiling in transit is massively wasted. Spoiling while feeding it into biolabs is even more wasted. So I wanted to either spoil on Gleba or make it safely all the way to novice. That's the reason. I feel like just burning it when full is the easiest. Burning what when full? Okay, so in reality your boxes would be filled with half-spoiled packs and fresh ones won't get into the box. No, not really. That's not how it works. Because it is literally working like this, right? So it's like, yeah, sure, these might be, some of them are really spoiled and some of them are not. So when this one empties, this is probably going to sit here and then never get picked up. But if my consumption is higher than demand, then that one will be picked up. and try to make it. But if my production is higher than my demand, then it's only the fresh stuff that will be picked up, and these ones will be left to spoil on Glebber, which I really like. But the one problem I have with this one is that one belt is not stacked and the other belt is stacked. If I could get both of them stacked, you can see how silly it looks here. If I could both of them stacked, it would be much better. The one problem I also have, another problem I have, is that it's actually yeah, it's a manifold. So the problem with this is that this gets half, this gets a quarter, this gets an eighth, this gets a 16th, and this gets the last 16th. Like, that's not great, because obviously these boxes are going to be full before this one even gets enough to fill one. Output belt don't have spoil out. It does in this case here. Now this circulates, true. But if it gets picked up by the non-stack inserters and put in this box, then anything that spoils will go out. So it will just do a circle here, get spoiled, and then circle around. And also here at the end, if it spoils, then this is not a great sort of build, but it's kind of whatever. But I also want it compacted, because this thing that has a problem that I can't build two of them in one. So I need it to be, I need to figure out how compact it has to be in order to make make it here. Well, we do know that from here. So this is obviously not gonna work. Let's just kill some of these. Why don't you just burn or recycle the signs when the silos fill? Won't that be way easier? Far more UPS friendly. It's also gigantic waste. Because I have some perfectly fine signs. Why throw it away if it can be used? Put the input in the middle of the two sets of rockets instead of the sides of four. Of two sets of rockets. You don't pick it up anyway. I'm absolutely picking it up. I'm absolutely picking it up. Like, this is literally what you see here. The stuff that gets thrown out gets recycled and gets back in, and then gets sent into the next round. And it absolutely works. And if I'm producing more than I need, then maybe I just need two of these ships going back and forth. Or maybe this needs to get more than this. The issue I have is that right now my production is exceeding my consumption. My transport is the bottleneck, which it should never be. It should never be the transport that's the bottleneck. I'm just out of ships though. Then I have some useless ship that I wanted to... Are they using science or not? And if you don't use it, your science will spoil and go to waste, and otherwise you want all of it to go up anyway. Yeah, I'm not getting it. I'm not getting what you're saying. It makes perfect sense to me, and I'm just not. I'm just not understanding it. The limit to number of ships? Nope. Not that we found yet. Good. There you go. So I'm trying to answer it. I'm either using the science or not. That's very obvious. If I'm using it, then I am bringing it back. But once, let's say I'm producing 110 and I'm consuming 100, then which 10 should I not use? My argument is I don't want to take 100 and fly them over to Narvis, and then on my way to Narvis 10 of them spoil, and then I only arrive with 90, and then I fly back and pick up more, and then that 10% also spoils en route. That sucks. That's what I want. That's the problem I want to avoid. So how do I do that? I do that by picking up the freshest first. Of all the stuff I have on Gleba, I'm picking up the freshest first. Cool. So I take the freshest first and I fly over. If I need more than I have, I'm gonna take all of it. If I need less than what I have, I'm gonna take the freshest first. So what am I gonna do with the rest? I'm gonna leave it there. Either it spoils or it goes in the next batch. If it spoils, it's out. If it's because I've been researching something else and I'm coming back to research productivity, then it's going to be perfectly fine to use it. And so it is really about making sure that I don't transport things that spoil on the way. And if I was producing 110, I take the 100 freshest, and then you're saying just delete the last. I'm like, yeah, but maybe the 110, they're all really fresh. And then I'm coming back and I could have used that. You want me to burn it prematurely, like immediately burn it. But I'm saying I'd rather keep it, and sure, it flows around the system, and maybe it's going to be used for next batch, or maybe it'll still not be the freshest thing that is needed, and then it'll just expire. And in a perfectly smooth running Megabase, where it's only doing one science, and we never change science, then you have perfectly predictable. Oh, that's way too much. And when you have perfectly predictable, then you don't need to sort of balance it out. But that's not where I am anytime soon. So therefore, I want to have that flexibility. You're actually valuable. Cool. Yeah, so now that's doing this one. It's clever. Until the rockets will launch non-stop and the buffer will never fill up. No, they won't launch non-stop because I should have more I should have more rocket capacity than build capacity. If I don't, then I don't have any way to sort of catch up if I fall a little bit behind. I want like significantly more build capacity than that. So this one I actually don't like. I think I'd rather have a specific one. Oops. It takes just this one. 40,000. And this one is not taking the legendary, but only Mark is taking the legendary. Really need a level 5 hype train, right? That one. And this one. And the all packs, then the freshest is meaningless. It is not meaningless because there is a huge variation in the flights. And the flights, I understand what you're saying, but it's not the case. Like, you're like, oh, if it's not the freshest this round, how can it be the freshest when it gets even older? It can. Because there are 2 ships now going back and forth, and they pick up batches of 40,000 each. So which one is it going to be? When is it something that can be right after each other? And maybe it collects everything. So yes, it absolutely can be, even though it's not the freshest now, but then it will be the freshest in the next round. That can happen. It's not under ideal circumstances, absolutely not. But when have you last seen a factory run under ideal circumstances? I understand why it's like under ideal circumstances where the whole thing is like there are no buffers, there's just smooth operation, it goes straight into a science that just always runs at the smooth rate, then yes. But the thing is, suddenly I run out of red science, and then the agricultural science buffers, and then when I fix the other thing or another batch comes in, then it kickstarts, and then it starts draining that, and then, that's the part. Now I have vastly increased the back and forth. So right now we should also get some old stuff. Yeah. Is anti-efficiency build at the finest? It kind of is. So if you overproduce and have 10% and don't use 10, you are currently sending the surplus to the big batch so that it spoils on the way. No, on the way to the chest. Why not burn the stuff? Because it might be used for the next ship that comes in literally 2 seconds later. Then you've wasted your science. I've put it on the next ship. That my solution is better. It's that simple. Like that's as simple as I can explain it. Why burn something when there's a chance that you're going to use it? If there's a 0.1 chance, no, don't do it. But here I'm saying there's a really good chance that if I have something there's a really good chance that I'm consuming more than I'm producing. It might not just always be right now. I might be producing up to 40,000, 41,000, pick up 40,000, then you want to throw away the last 1,000, but I'm saying fine, then it builds up from 1,000 up to the next 40,000 instead of building up, throwing away 1,000 and then building up to 40,000 for the next ship. Like, I really can't see why you would want to argue that it's better to burn things than let it go on the next delivery. So now I have 2 of these ships, which will now mean that there's going to be more waiting time in orbit over Navis. That one sucks. Okay. So this is now actually going to be holding here for quite a while, and I don't know if that's going to be how bad that's going to be. So. Sharing experience with us, if you agree. I mean, I think it's totally fine to have this discussion, and very often I'm also wrong, and I know that it's also really difficult to explain things in writing when I can sort of ramble on for 5 minutes and not make any sense. So I just don't understand the argument of like, hey, let me throw something away instead of just sending it ready for the next delivery. That's why I'm so confused by it. Right. Anyway, this we could do a maximum size of this, which means the question is, can we do some kind of build in this space? I don't even know if I need that. Also have to look at the space between them. Because there might be an option here to get something out. I think we'll just do this being the rocket parts, so that's fine. Then I don't even know. Yeah. This means we can only have one belt in, one belt out. No, actually, we can have multiple belts out. This belts out. Could be sort of. This could be a spoilers belt, for example. Get spoilers out here. And that can bypass. And maybe this is not even spoilers. This is just. I'm getting 2 belts in. And I don't want. I want this to be. See, it's no good. Because what if I have spoilers in this box? I can't get it out. This would obviously be mirrored. Yeah. The issue is the spoilage in this box. What are we gonna do about it? That's the reason why this takes so much space. Like, it goes in here. That's fun. What if this is an input belt then? No. Just start drawing the basic shapes here. Problem is I need this for both sides now. It doesn't work. Make it a requester and trash unrequested? Yeah, but then I'm also requesting the stuff that's requested. And I do want it to be... Like, everything else here is now self-contained with the spoilage is taken care of. But now I'm suddenly just going like, oh yeah, whatever, spoilage, someone else will take care of it. And I don't like that. Because I was thinking, could I just do this and then just mirror it? But there's just not enough room to really mirror this. Even this is a little bit too far away. That one. No good. No good. Because I do need to get this. Plus, I also need to be able to get, like, that one. And then on top of that, we also need to get these. And then we get, like, the... Obviously, I can also put something up here. But I don't know how that's gonna work. This could also just be, like, anything out when there's no requests. No, because I also need to take spoilage out. But I could throw them on the same belt and it'd be like, whatever. Yeah. Reduce circular before buffers. Yes, you can guarantee freshest science at the labs, but ultimately just have freshest science in the labs is not the ultimate metric. No. Is that it is better to have 275 fresh packs than one. Yeah. Due to the freshest first, the stuff put into the silo is more fresh than the stuff still in the buffering box. If the rocket leaves because it is full, the stuff already in the silo needs to be taken out to not spoil in the silo. It will be fresher than some of the stuff in the box, yes. So it's back in system. The only problem would be if the buffering box is full, so newly produced stuff is stuck on the belt and can't overtake the house ball. That's a good point. But if that's the case, then we have way overproduction, and then that's not really a big issue. We can see that the valley between the peaks is smaller because we're now transporting things faster between out of Gleba. Yeah, this one I don't think I can use this pattern here, but maybe I just accept that. I don't know. I want to accept anything. Let me just try something. Yeah, so I could also just say, okay, the other one had 16, but this one can then have more. No. Really don't like this. I also think that I can't really get it. Right now, I'm really exhausted after a long week and driving for 4 hours today. So I think I'm just going to be wrapping up here. It's 5 to midnight, and we didn't have the last break at 11, so I am really exhausted. So there'll be no stream tomorrow, but the messages coming in during the stream was about sort of my thing on Sunday that prevented me from streaming. I've moved that to Friday, so I can't stream on Sunday. I'll update the schedule. So we'll be back on Sunday, whether we're going to be glabbering or we're going to be doing something else. I don't know. We didn't get this one quite, but hey, it's something. Let's see if we can save. We can. Cool. Good night, everyone. Take care and stay effective.